Devonna Young.
Good morning, everybody. Excuse me, my name is Devonna Young. I am here as a foster parent today. I'd like to discuss with you accountability, retaliation, attachment, and HB 2070. And I think the people that have spoke before me really throw out examples of the lack of accountability that's within the foster care system in general. As a foster parent, I'm held accountable for everything. If a child falls down and gets a bump on their head, I have to file a report. And if I don't file a report and somebody else thinks, oh my gosh, how'd this kid get a bump? That child can be removed from my home while they investigate it. But the system has no accountability. The agencies have no accountability for not doing their jobs. I, for purposes of this, want to use the name John. I picked John up at the hospital when John was 2 days old. John lived with us as a foster child until he was 1 year and 7 days old. At 3 months of age, I started contacting the agency saying, if he's going to move to grandparents, we need to be doing that. He's going to become attached. The agency kept telling us, oh, there's safety concerns, grandparents can't handle all these kids. Don't worry about it. You guys are an adoptive resource. They even asked us about considering to take 4 other siblings. This went on for almost 11 and a half months, and KVC then decided to move John to his grandparents. For 11 months, we were his family. We were everything. And then, because of the title of grandparent, he moves. So let's talk about attachment. Attachment's very real. Attachment is like a piece of tape. When you lay it down the first time, it sticks, and when you pick it up again, a lot of times you can re-stick it, but it doesn't hold the same. We can talk about RAD. I raise a RAD child from the system. Thank you very much. Let's talk about the difficulties this child's going to experience all his life because he's not been able to form good, positive, proper attachments. Accountability, there's no accountability with the agency. Even when you start talking about attachment, they're like, well, I get it, but they're grandparents. Retaliation, the last time I spoke with you, we had worked out an amazing visitation plan for us when John went to his grandparents. After speaking with you and somebody, perhaps the whole committee, I don't know, requested information from KVC, our visits were cut to nothing. And we had to fight to get once a week for 4 hours and Saturdays for 6 hours. Every other Saturday, excuse me. Retaliation is real. That's not the only instance of retaliation. There was nothing else that changed other than my testimony here. These agencies are rogue. They do what they can do. HB 2070 addressed a lot of those things. That addressed that after a year, thank you, after a year, it's not just a title that you hold that means you get first pick of a child. It addresses attachments in children. It also addresses the child advocacy that they then don't just investigate, they have the authority and the power to create change other than just advise change. I think that in itself will create agencies being more accountable because somebody has the ability to do something. I'll ask you for John and every other child that spoke about today to please, please, let's make change. We're supposed to help these kids. It is the job of every single one of us to love and nurture these children. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. And now we have Crystal Hedrick. Crystal, tell me if I'm saying that correctly. Head nod, good.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Crystal Hedrick, and I'm the Vice President of Kansas Programs with Foster Adopt Connect. We're an agency that was developed by foster and adoptive families in the late 90s, specifically to fill gaps in the foster care system. So every day across our country, we have kids aging out of foster care, and the outcomes for them are a struggle. They've experienced a lot of trauma and been exposed to a lot of trauma, and trauma doesn't heal quickly. And the 18 years that our foster care system is limited to often isn't enough time for them to address all of those struggles. So I want to share a video with you today to hear a little bit from some kids that we're serving through a program that we started in September of last year. So the program that we started is a social enterprise program. Randy and Lori Ross are head up our agency, and Randy has some experience. They've fostered and adopted multiple kids across Kansas and Missouri, and Randy had some experience in the restaurant business. And he said, how can I combine these two experiences, and how do we meet the needs and fill a gap in the child welfare system after kids exit foster care? So he developed this cafe concept, and he traveled to Philadelphia on his own dime and learned about another program that they have there. So this is one of a handful of projects like this across the country where we hire kids who have experienced foster care, whether they're still in foster care or not, and they get to work on their soft skills, right? They learn how to interact with the public. They learn how to make a coffee, how to make a sandwich. They learn the ins and outs of the business. Behind the scenes, they have advocates that work with them to help them open a banking account, to get their GED, to complete high school. And it's no reject policy. So we know that our kids that have experienced trauma, they struggle in day-to-day interactions with people. They get frustrated and they act out, and their responses are disproportionate to the situation. So we might say, hey, time out. Let's pause for today. You come back tomorrow and we'll start over again. So hope that we can get this video so you can hear from the kids firsthand what this looks like for them.
What to do? My name is Ado, and I'm 20. I started working at Connect Cafe in late September. When I first started working here, it was pretty nerve-wracking because I wasn't sure what to do. I liked how they gave us time to figure out everything on our own. When I aged out, yeah, it was a little scary at first. Like when I was in the system, if I messed up, I would be able to ask for help. But if I messed up after I aged out, it was a little scary not having anyone to ask for help.
Bro, we're good to go. Let me pull these. We're good. Thank you. Yep.
From the surface, it seems yeah, it's just a cafe, but deep inside, they actually teach us valuable lessons and skill sets that other jobs wouldn't.
My name is Madison Page. I am 23 years old. I am a single mom of 3 kiddos.
I have Jackson, he's the oldest, he is 5, and then my daughter Isabel is 4, and then my youngest is 2.
I have worked for a couple different pizza places, and then I worked for Chili's for a short time. And Connect Cafe just tops all of them. It honestly seemed like from day one that we were like a family because everybody just meshes together so well, and it's almost like we have this routine, and it doesn't really seem like there's any hitches during the day or any issues. Finding Connect Cafe, it really helped a lot because I have something that works around kids' schedules. I'm not worried about losing hours. I can always ask if I can come in early or get more hours if I need to. So it works perfectly now.
Building this little cafe that's going to work with these kids, it's exciting. Give me a second. I'll come back and show you how to do that one. Okay. I don't want.
I'm hopeful if we have time at the end that you'll finish this video and hear from these kids what an impact this makes. I just want to wrap up really quickly by saying we talk a lot about the outcomes for kids that exit foster care without permanent guardians. Our foster care system isn't designed to be a long-term solution. All the people that you're going to hear from today have 300, 400, 500 staff behind them that dedicate 40, 50, 60 hours a week of their lives to these kids and care about them a lot. But beyond 18, our kids still need some support. The trauma and repair from trauma is a lifelong process, and we really need members of our community to think about how they can be part of this solution. And things like the Connect Cafe are good opportunities for these kids. So,
Crystal, thank you so much for being here. As you know, I have visited your facility, and it's phenomenal.
yeah,
Thank you so much for what you do. And now we're going to have Jenny, and am I saying it right? Lichty? Which one? Lichty. Thank you for being here.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Jenny Lichty, and this is Lori Lee, and together with other friends, we lead Foster Village Lawrence. Our 501c3 organization exists to equip and connect and advocate for those whose lives intersect with the child welfare system here in Northeast Kansas. We know that it's a select few people who are called and are able to be foster parents, and yet there are many more people who deeply care about the welfare of children and simply can't find accessible intermediate steps to support children under care and families in crisis. The average foster family, and we've heard today, goes through months of training and preparation and waiting, only to foster for about a year on average before they close their home, citing often the difficulty of the work as their reason. You've heard stories of the many struggles and hurdles that people encounter related to child welfare. And our desire is simply to provide a village of support for the families who say yes to caring for the children, and in so doing to further encourage the health and healing for children who through no fault of their own have come under the care of the state. Our mission is to come alongside the children and families in this system and show them that they're not alone. Lori heads the equipping pillar of our organization. She's going to tell you more about that.
So when a child is placed with a family, they often arrive with just the clothes on their back. Foster families typically receive little notice before a child is placed with them and must quickly turn their house into a home for the child that they've just met. Foster Village enables families to focus on the preparations that only they can make, such as talking with other children in the home or rearranging their schedules to be available. As a community of people ready to help, we can make these first days of a placement a little easier by providing the material resources. This includes a welcome pack of 5 days of new clothing, other items for the child's age, stage, and needs. Additionally, we talk with the family and provide new car seats, beds, bedding, and other items as needed to provide a supportive home for that child. Meeting the tangible needs of a child is only part of the weight that foster parents carry. One of the difficulties of parenting children coming from hard places is the feeling of isolation. When our home was open to foster care, we only knew one other family in all of Douglas County that was a foster home, and there's over 50. Finding others who understand the difficulties and empathize with the stories is encouraging in a way nothing else can be. Our connecting pillar addresses this need.
As caregivers are working to meet the emotional needs of the kids in their care, they need support of their own, whether it's a night out or someone to call when they're feeling overwhelmed or lonely. At Foster Village, we provide that support monthly as much as we can. We have a mother support group that meets monthly, a dad's night, caregivers nights out, all those are monthly programs. We also host family gatherings and trauma-informed training seminars free of cost, and work with local organizations and businesses who have services and products that can benefit these families families. Our third and final pillar is advocacy. Our organization is about to have its first birthday, and thus far, advocacy has mostly been simply bringing awareness to the world of child welfare and foster care. We find ourselves gently correcting assumptions, reaching out to ask for help that no one thought would be helpful, and informally teaching people how to care for children with trauma in their stories. We're especially excited to connect with you guys, the people in Kansas government, because we have big hopes and dreams of how we can bring your work to the public's attention and continue to bring the foster community's needs in front of you. I'm sure you're on this committee because children and their welfare is important to you and because you have the collective power to bring change where it's needed, policy and oversight where it's lacking, and encouragement and financing to the most critical areas of the system.
Foster Village will continue facilitating relationships between foster and biological families and those who want to help, creating communities of support for the lasting welfare of Kansas kids. We hope to continue to grow as we become a hub of connection of caregivers, service providers, and change makers, all working towards the same goal of the best possible futures for children who have had a rough start. What we'd like to ask of you today is to simply that you'll be in contact with us, telling us how we can help and asking us what needs we see in the families we serve. That's it. Just keep our contact information handy. Together we can make sure foster families and children have their basic needs met. We can connect foster families to resources, to helpers, and to each other. And we can advocate for improvement in the system, creating a better future for our community, our children, and the caregivers who raise them.
Ladies, thank you so much for being with us. I'm sure there will be questions, and I appreciate that you brought that through a third party. I was able to find out about you, and you were able to make it today. Thanks for being here. Next, we have Stacy Crow on WebEx.
Well, it won't let me start my video. Start my video. There we go. I think you might be able to see me now. Yes. Sorry about that. This is kind of new for me. Good morning, committee. My name is Stacy Crow, and I'm here also to discuss House Bill 2070 as well. I feel like it's crucial to child welfare. One, it does establish the Office of Child Advocate. Second, it also makes it so that on the judicial side, the district court judges have accountability past the termination of parental rights. Because currently, right now, once parental rights are terminated, a district court judge can do whatever they want. There is no jurisdiction past that. It will also recognize bonds and attachments, which is absolutely important to be looking at that because these are children. We're not rehoming a puppy or anything like that. These are human beings. I would like to share my story of Ricky and William. Ricky came into care with his two sisters. I have a picture right here of him. And he came into care with his two sisters. And after the termination of parental rights, due to his disability, it was decided that a sibling split would happen. So the sibling split happened, and his two sisters were moved out to the foster home that he was in. Shortly after that, we received a phone call asking if we would consider adopting all three because the girls wanted their brother. We said yes to all three, but unfortunately we weren't able to adopt the sisters. They denied us. They were not chosen in the best interest staffing, but we did adopt Ricky. Shortly after that, we had a baby boy, William. Here he is right here. He's the cutest little thing in the whole world. He is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby. And he was adorable. And he came into care. We immediately asked for placement of him. We were told that they were going to keep him local for reunification, but yet they had asked the sister's family if they would take him. But they did not. And so after that, we fought the system, DCF and St. Francis, for placement of William. We had went as far as the governor's office, pleading with someone that Ricky is not disposable. He actually got 3 sibling visits, and then they were terminated. because we might be an adoptive resource, which isn't true because we believe in bonds and connections. But they terminated Ricky's visitation to William. So finally, we got William home. And we had had him several months, and we went to a best interest staffing. And we were chosen to be his adoptive family. There were no other families interested. We were chosen. And he was living with us. He was living with his full biological brother, Ricky. So we were chosen. The GAL, who had never met us, had never met William, had never met Ricky, had never been to our home, even refused to get on a phone call with the specialist, our William specialist that all the other team members had, decided to file a motion I don't know if it was to direct place him or exactly what it was because we weren't party to the case because the judge rejected our motion for interested party. So at that point, we were told by Randall and the ombudsman that it was for direct placement and that William might be leaving. And at that point, we finally heard back shortly, just like the next day, that best interest staffing would happen, but it must have 3 families involved. So we went to a second best interest staffing. It was ourselves, the previous foster home, who actually even wrote a letter in support of Ricky and William. We've remained friends with them throughout all of these years even, and they see the bond and attachment that they have together. And they even wrote a letter in support of it, but they did put their homestay in because everyone was afraid William would be lost in the system. So shortly, and then a random family that wanted to adopt a baby. So the second best interest staffing happened. We were chosen once again. And at that time, the GAL filed another motion for direct placement. Their belief was that a blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby could have a better family than being raised with his disabled brother.
Stacy,
Yes.
this is Senator Gossage. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm afraid our time is up, but we remain on WebEx in case one of the committee members have a question for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sandra Main, and she is on WebEx as well, correct? Is she with us? You don't see her on? Sandra, are you with us? Can you hear me? We're going to go ahead and open up to questions. If she does come on, can you guys alert me? Thank you very much. Committee, do we have questions for any of the conferees? Representative Johnson.
Crystal, the Cafe Connect, that is a neat place. I've been there, visited. I don't know if you're aware, but in the 1960s and 70s and 80s, that was the linotype and press room for the Kansas newspaper, and then the dark room at the back. Many times there as a kid. That was so neat. It was kind of old times day for me. Yesterday, I got to go to the old Memorial Hall and find out that I have a kindred spirit in rock concerts at Memorial Hall, but I won't mention any names, Tanya. But it is a neat building, and what they are doing in there is so neat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for being here, Crystal. I just want to say to all of the conferees, we hear you. That's why we have these meetings. And so the questions will probably be more to what else have you sought and to dig deeper and perhaps talk with you personally maybe after the meeting or at a later time. And next we have Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Heather Hunter. Hi, Heather. I know you and I've already talked, and I'm preparing a letter of support. Can you, I know it was very quick.
Yes.
Didn't have a lot of time, but can you just say just a little bit more of what you're going to be able to offer through this grant to agencies, and the, obviously the advantages of them being able to participate in the grant.
So in my submission, I also put in there an outline of what our grant proposal looks like. So this is a federal grant, so obviously it's not through the state. It's one that was forecasted for over a year that didn't get released until recently, so it gives us 63 days to prepare to present all of our literature review to them and letters of support. So in the grant, it makes us have six components inside of that grant. I'm going to pull it up really fast so that way I can remember every detail of it, because it's pretty intense. So it wants us to do evidence-based clinical services. That's going to look like counseling services. It's going to be for individual, family, group, and play therapy. It doesn't specify in the grant which one we have to do. It just says we have to do one, so we're just going to do them all because families need all of them. In the grant, it also specifies that it wants the focus to be on foster care specifically and reintegration for youth back into their homes. How can we reintegrate if we don't have the skills that we need to have sustainable families? So that is part of the evidence-based for the clinical services. So another portion is going to be foster parent training and curriculum. So that's going to look like mental health first aid. That's already an evidence-based practice that a lot of agencies do teach within, but they don't necessarily give the interactive piece of it. It's a lot of online directed. We're also going to include a component where we do 8 hours intense in-person training of what de-escalation looks like on a variety of fields with frontline workers. We have commitment from Wichita State University, the tech side, where the frontline workers like your law enforcement, your healthcare, your social workers, they're all going to get this training as well, because going into this, they don't necessarily understand, they don't understand the system and how the dynamics work. So we're going to help be like an ally for them to give them some information. Support services for foster families, it's going to look like parent support groups, psychosocial groups. As many of them have said, if they had that network of support, a lot of these foster homes would have stayed in place. I think it's very unique, especially in my community-based services. Families have children with emotional disturbances, or SED is what they call them. I think they don't have necessarily a lot of peer support, and they're left alone to figure out a lot of systems or get a lot of judgment. There's a lot of stigma. So that's one component that we're adding. Another is going to be positive biological and birth family engagement. That's family counseling, that's parenting classes, parent support groups, psychoeducational, those building skills, giving the skills and doing the direct services. We have a facility at Wichita State that we're going to be utilizing. It's a clinic. It is a free community clinic.
Heather, thank you so much. Yes. We do have these outlined in your testimony. Yes. We have other people that we will be asking questions of. And so I didn't mean to cut you short. No. However, we will be able to ask you directly, and I'm glad that Representative Reese was able to talk to you. One quick question. You say we. Yes. And I know notice that you're no longer with St. Francis, so who is the we that's applying for the grant?
So there's 9 of us that are on this grant. So it's there's a cohort of us that had already graduated when this grant was coming down. So we were students at that time. Now we're professionals in the field. So we're hired in onto this grant if we do get this grant. But there are professors at Wichita State that are also on here as they're considered primary investigators.
Is there a name for the group?
So we haven't named our group.
Okay, that's all right. I'm just asking. And yeah. Representative Reese, I didn't mean to step on your toes. Had you completed your question? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Heather. Yes. Other questions of Heather while she's up there? Okay, Senator Baumgardner, you have an online question. Can you tell us who this is for? Was that for Heather?
Well, the quick question for Heather, she mentions agencies. Is she actually talking about contractors, DCF contractors?
So no, we're not contractors with DCF. We are kind of our own entity. So when you apply for a grant, you formulate a team and you do the delivery of what that grant proposal is. So we're not affiliated with anybody other than ourselves.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm, Senator Baumgardner, then I'm going to come back to you because we had Senator Faustido here with a question. Is that okay? Since it was not specifically for Heather.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with the chairwoman's sentiments that we hear you. And so I appreciate the chairman and her conferees we have here today. Two quick questions, Madam Chair. My first one is for Ashley. On Tuesday, as you come up to the mic, on Tuesday, we were in Wichita with the one of the governor's task force on early childhood task force, and in the room there were people from across the state, and even police officers, lieutenants were in the room, and so they mentioned something that you said this morning. Who do we call? So what does that look like to you? That centralized hub or phone number? What does that look like to you so that we're all on the same page?
Not just to be transparent, if I had the answer to that, I would not be here. I know that as far as our case is concerned, it's been reported to the AG's office, the BSRB, St. Francis themselves. Literally every person you can think of to contact about this issue has been contacted, and we just keep getting told repeatedly, basically, that it's not their problem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I've been asking that we get someone provide us with a 3x5 card for legislators. Just to, who do we call? And Madam Chair, my second question is for Jenny and Lori. And as they come to the mic, I just want to say too.
If I may, Senator, do we have any other questions for Ashley that since she was up to the microphone? Yes, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Ashley. I am curious in response to the issues with the billing and in regard to services that weren't provided. Can you tell me what the AG's office was, their response was in regard to that issue?
So it was initially reported to the actual insurance company who passed it off to the Attorney General's office. And after that, there was two people from Topeka who came to collect AJ's files. They kept them for a while, and when we asked for a response, they said that they couldn't talk to us because they had found enough to criminally prosecute St. Francis. And I didn't hear anything else about it until the attorney for St. Francis contacted me on Twitter to let them know, or let me know, I guess, that the Attorney General found them guilty of no malfeasance, or like didn't find any malfeasance. And when I called Stephen Anderson about it, he said that it was out of his jurisdiction and that I could get a hold of, I'm trying to think of his name. I could get a hold of Scott Gilchrist with the Medicaid fraud and abuse line. When I contacted Scott Gilchrist, he let me know that the reason that it was dismissed is because the documentation that my mom provided did not match the documentation that St. Francis provided. And when my mom contacted the insurance company again, somehow all of that fraudulent billing does not exist anymore.
And let me back up. Did you say the attorney contacted you via Twitter?
Yes, you can log in right now and see his responses to my posting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my next question is for Jenny or Lori. And as you come to the podium, Sherry, it's good to put a face with the name and our conversation on the phone the other day. I'm glad you're here today. Jenny or Lori, you mentioned that when individuals, the kids, go to the foster care homes, and we've heard about this a lot, is that they only come with the clothes they have on or a little bag of something. So how could it be, I think you mentioned that they should come with, you know, a few outfits, a couple of pair of shoes. How does that look to you, and how could we implement that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so we just had a call yesterday from a caseworker, and the kiddos that she is placing came from a home that had an infestation, and so they weren't allowed to bring anything with them. So these 3 kids literally are moving to a place they've never been, and they have nothing. So Lori heads that up, and we have storage units, and we collect monetary donations and other things, and we use that to buy new clothing to help promote the dignity of the children. It's not used, and we provide them with the 5 days. So the caseworker or their CASA or the families themselves, anyone can call us. Our phone number is on our website, or they can go to the website and fill out a form, a brief form. We try to make it fast because they have plenty of forms they're filling out, just to say, here are the ages and the genders and the sizes of our kiddos. Here's what we need. More often, I think you get forms. I get phone calls, and they just kind of talk to us and say, we heard you can help. What can you do? And I say, tell me what you need, and we'll find a way to make it happen. Do you have more to say about that, Hannah?
No.
And I do have a question for you. We had communicated through email, but you are totally funded with donations, correct?
Yes, we're a nonprofit.
A nonprofit. Thank you so much. Committee, our time is up. It's 10 o'clock, but we do have contact information with each of those the conferees that testified today. I have one quick question I'd like to see by show of hands. Of those who gave testimony today, foster parents, sister of foster parent, of a foster child, how many of you contacted the Child Advocate's office? I haven't heard that mentioned. I'm seeing 4 hands. Thank you very much. And again, our heart goes out to you. We're here, the purpose of this committee is to try to bring everybody together it's called an oversight committee on purpose, so that we can have oversight into what we see that's going on, what you report to us, and to do our best to try to bring all parties together. Thank you. And now, committee, we'll turn our attention to the 2023 Child Welfare Legislative Update from Jesse Pringle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee. I am Jessie with the Revisor of Statutes Office. I provided a memo on 2 bills that were passed this legislative session that relate to child welfare, and I'm going to briefly go over the contents of those. So first, you have House Bill 2240, which takes effect on July 1st, 2023. This bill amends KSA 38-2291, which requires notice of when a child is placed in a qualified residential treatment program to go to a list of those involved with the child. Current law states the notice shall be sent. This bill says the notice shall be sent by the clerk of the district court. So all this bill does is it clarifies who shall send that notice. The second bill passed during the legislative session is House Bill 2024, mentioned earlier. House Bill 2024 started out as a bill sponsored by this committee to enact the newborn safety devices. So this bill became a conference committee report and includes multiple pieces of other bills. And this bill took effect already on May 4th, 2023. So I'll go over the contents of 2024, which include the CARE program, the Representative Gail Finney Memorial Foster Care Bill of Rights, the Newborn Infant Child Protection Act, which includes those newborn safety devices, and then also how the Federal Indian Child Welfare Act of 1978 plays into this. So the Child Abuse Review and Evaluation Program, which this committee has commonly heard as the CARE program, and it is defined in the bill as the CARE program, provides medical exams for a child alleged to be a victim of abuse or neglect. So the bill amended KSA 38-2226, which is a statute that governs the process of investigations of child abuse and neglect. So there's a new subsection this bill implemented that if a child is under the age of 5 and the law enforcement or Department of Children and Families believes that the child is a victim of physical abuse or physical neglect, they must make a referral to a child medical resource center who then determines whether an exam is needed. If the child is over 5 years of age and may be the subject of a report of abuse and neglect, not just physical, the department and the law enforcement may make that same referral, but are not required to. So when a medical resource center recommends that the exam be conducted and a care provider performs that exam, when it's completed, it's given to the secretary. That report is confidential. And then the Secretary of Health and Environment is actually a department that funds this program and trains the care providers, the resources, the resource centers, and those involved in the network. So in order to implement these items, the bill also amended KSA 382202, which is the definition section for the Kansas Code for Care of Children, and it added the terms such as Child Abuse Medical Resource Center, a care exam, a care network, a care provider, and a care referral. Second, the bill implemented the Representative Gail Finney Memorial Foster Care Bill of Rights. So this is a foster care bill of rights for foster youth, foster parents, and kinship caregivers. And both sections are a part of and supplemental to the code. So once our website is updated, you'll find it within that chapter 38, article 22 area. So what the Bill of Rights does is it puts into the code rights that are either already in statute or in department policy in one area. And these items relate to placement, belongings and property of children, access to services, and communications with and from the agency and other child welfare providers, such as contracting agencies. The bill also amends KSA 382202 to include the definition of the kinship caregiver. And this kinship caregiver aspect was amended during committee. Next, we have the Newborn Infant Child Protection Act. As discussed this morning, this bill amended KSA 382282 to authorize a parent or a custodian to surrender physical custody of an infant to a newborn safety device. The bill further goes on to define requirements of that device and places that that device can be installed at, such as a medical care facility, a fire department, a law enforcement center. The bill also extend civil and criminal liability, or not liability, the exact opposite, immunity to that relinquishing parent if they surrender a child to either a person or that device under the conditions that the infant, is not more than 60 days old and has not suffered great bodily harm. So this is important because prior law still granted this immunity in the case of the physical surrender to the employee if an infant was not more than 60 days old and had not been abused or neglected. So the changes this bill makes to the current law is that you can surrender it to a device and to a person and have that immunity if that child has not suffered great bodily harm. So in doing so, the bill also makes a corresponding revision to KSA 215605, which is the crime of an abandonment of a child. And so it used that same language of great bodily harm that was amended in 2282. And lastly, the bill amends 382203, and this is a statute that discusses jurisdiction of child in need of care cases. So the subsection A of that lists all the sections in the Child in Need of Care Code that are subject to the Federal Indian Child Welfare Act. So, for example, when you're going through a process of, placement, et cetera, you need to go back and look at this list to see if what you are doing needs to also fall in line with the Indian Child Welfare Act. And so amendments to that section include these new sections. So it makes the Newborn Infant Protection Act and the Representative Gail Finney Memorial Foster Care Bill of Rights to that list and makes those new sections subject to the Indian Child Welfare Act. And with that, those are the two bills that are passed during the legislative session, and I'm available for questions on those.
Committee, do we have questions? Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica, if in fact an exam is necessary in House Bill 2024, so who takes that child to the exam? And who does the exam? Thank you.
Yes, Senator, the bill is silent as to who takes the child to the hospital or to that provider to receive that exam. That's not in the bill. But the person who conducts that exam is going to be a care provider. And that's found in the definition, and that's a person licensed to practice medicine and surgery and has gone through specific training that is listed in the bill.
Committee, other questions? Okay, seeing none, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. And committee, I want to go back and ask if any of you had additional questions. Thank you very much, Jesse. If any of you had additional questions for our conferees who have not left the room, we just didn't get time to get to them. Do we have any? Yes. Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my question's for Sean. So thank you again for being here, everyone for being here, for what you've done. I think one of my questions is, what do you see that we can do for policy and law change that can help?
Somebody has to be accountable for the way these kids are handled. And it starts first. I feel like these children had a guardian ad litem. She should have been my first resource of stopping what was happening to these children and standing up for them. But since she wouldn't communicate with them at all, my next one was to go through the system, TFI, and it wasn't their responsibility. Go to DCF. DCF is not their responsibility either. Take it to the courts, give it to the court system, tell the judge that she's not doing her job. He asked her if she'd done her job. She said, yeah, that was the end of it. I mean, it's like some of these other people said, nobody takes accountability. There's too many irons in a fire, and everybody passes it off to someone else. And when I'm told who to contact, I get the same response. Oh, you're not, I can't help you. That's either in this law or in that law. Call Laura Howard. Well, I've called these people. I've sent out emails. I've been still, even though the kids are home, I've still been sending out emails and reaching out to people. And I have yet to have anybody respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you. Follow-up question maybe for revisers. What is our current guardian ad litem policy? What are we at the state overseeing with them?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Senator. So there's only one statute that relates to guardian ad litems, who they are, how they're appointed by the court. So they're required to be an attorney. And then if you give me a moment, I can find that exact language on what their responsibilities are as a guardian ad litem.
Very good, thank you. Senator Baumgardner, I wanted to check back with you if you're still available, if you could get back to your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Ashley and Sherry, and that was, did the school district of your son and brother, were they involved at all with DCF or the foster system as far as helping him?
No. AJ had an IEP, but he was still my child. This all came about because he was spiraling, and we recognized it. And the only, and I'm going to reiterate over and over, the only place available to us at that point in time, living in Wichita, was Riverside/Lakeside Academy, was specifically said actually by Mario from another, but they were, both Mario and his therapist were saying that he needed to be confined. Upon calling Riverside Academy, they said they took wards of the state foster kids, or I would need a DCF referral. That's how DCF got involved with my child.
Senator Baumgardner, do you have a follow-up?
I don't, but thank you, Madam Chair, and I am so sorry for your loss, and I appreciate your willingness to share just what was to be an intervention or a service gone horribly, terribly awry.
Exactly. I'm glad
So
that you
thank-
recognize that too.
No, we do. And I think that we do need clarification, Madam Chair, from DCF as far as payments being provided to the contractor for services that were never rendered. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you.
Thank you.
If you could stay up at the mic, I have a question. Ashley, you had mentioned, I put in my notes here, we were getting to the end of our time, and about an attorney that had contacted you on Twitter. Did they, from what department or what, from where, an attorney from whom?
It was John W. Thurston, the attorney for St. Francis.
Okay.
And I had and have been using my social media to draw awareness to the fraudulent billing. And his response was that my statements about the billing are simply inaccurate. Someone from St. Francis was present at your brother's funeral. And I'm blocked from viewing anything they post, which also blocks me from essentially sharing to anybody else who could see.
So we're talking about medical bills? Is that what they were to be responsible for medical bills?
Mental health billing, like
Mental-
billing for services, just different codes, units of time.
And you were supposed to be paid, or someone was supposed to be paid and was not?
This came from St. Francis coming out to our house.
Uh-huh.
After AJ passed, obviously, there was no more reason for them to come out to our house.
Right.
AJ passed in September. We still have bills. Once his files we still have bills going up until March. Yes. And
Bills from?
St. Francis.
To you?
To the state. AJ had state insurance. He was on Social Security.
I see. I'm sorry. Thank you. Just trying to put all the pieces together. Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sherry, on the phone, on our phone conversation, and here again today, you've mentioned the word referral. So understanding what that means, but who was to make this referral?
DCF. And and I called DCF. They did AJ's intake over the phone. And apparently that was enough for them to make an assessment that what I considered a crisis wasn't really a crisis. I was a hysterical mom. They classified it as a parent-child conflict. And they contracted with St. Francis, and off we go. St. Francis, the first visit when they came out, said, oh, we have a solution. And I'm like, they were going to send him to Job Corps. And I'm like, AJ can't do Job Corps. I said, he was 6 foot tall, but he was 4 years old. And eventually, later on in his files, they even admit that AJ was way too immature for Job Corps. But that was why we needed the referral, and that's how it all came about.
Sherry, Ashley, thank you both for being here and clarifying some of our questions. And I'm so, again, want to convey how sorry we are for your loss. And but I don't think it should end here.
I
So
don't either.
we
I
would
don't
be.
think it should have taken this long.
I have your information, and I will follow up with you, and then we'll see if we can't dig in a little deeper. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Committee, we're going to move ahead. Oh, yes, you have the answer. That was where I was going next. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So the question related to what are the duties of a guardian ad litem, and so 382205 discusses that upon the filing of a petition for a child in need of care, the court appoints an attorney to serve as the GAL. And then there's just one sentence about the duties of the GAL, and it is the guardian ad litem shall make an independent investigation of the facts upon which the petition is based and shall appear for and represent the best interests of the child. That same subsection allows that when the child's interests differ from those determinations made by the guardian ad litem, there is a process for the court to appoint a second attorney for the child. There are other statutes related to what access guardian ad litems have, what notices they shall receive, but this is the statute that expresses their duties.
And I believe that Senator O'Shea's question, maybe she could can clarify, was regarding our oversight, correct? Okay.
Oh, yes. So the oversight of the guardian ad litem would most likely be through the disciplinary administrator through the court, since it isn't an attorney. So it would be up to the disciplinary as to whether that person is, kind of doing their duties as an attorney. But it doesn't state any sort of level of services that shall be provided in the statute.
Thank you,
Senator
Madam.
O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick observation, having been on this committee for a while, we seem to have many guardian ad litems who seem to be disengaged, and I wonder if that's something with policy, maybe we add some teeth. I also don't know a ton about, is it volunteer, are they paid, what that looks like, but how can we somehow increase the importance of that role? That might be something we can explore
I
more.
agree. Definitely something we should review.
I can answer your question. They are paid every single month per child.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for being here, Sean, but we must move on, and we have to stick to our testimony, but I appreciate that. And if you're welcome to catch us after committee or during lunch to share that. And yes, Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there aren't further questions and we are still slightly ahead, I would like to return to that video that we didn't get to finish, if that's possible.
That is where I'm going next. You
Okay,
read my
thank
mind.
you.
So the video is 8 minutes long. I think we were about 3 minutes in, so I think we have time to finish the video.
A welder, if they want to go back to college, or just start college, or get your GED, that's fine. But I think they could pick up some great, just basic skills being in a setting like what I'm getting ready to develop.
My name is Larry Harris. I was in foster care from the time I was 15 to the time I was 21. My mother died when I was 15, so I don't really have much family to call to help me with anything. So I was incarcerated for a small period of time. I think it was because I aged out of foster care and I was homeless for a while. I made some dumb decisions out of being desperate. Before I joined Connect Cafe, honestly, I was struggling to find employment. It's because the mistake I said that I made, it follows me. So Connect Cafe understood that, and I was honest about it. So here I am. I've been here for a few months, and I like this job, and it's really helped me progress as a person.
Hello.
What are we learning today?
This is the second financial literacy. It's about spending. Some of it we touch base on.
We have workshops where we'll talk about budgeting, resumes. It's a program that will employ you, but also help you outside of employment.
My name is Jeffrey Levy, and I'm the Connect Cafe program manager. There's two sides of it. There's the hard skills side of it, which is the cafe duties and skills. And then there's the personal development workshops, which are meetings every other week approximately, where the group of crew members sits down and we go through different exercises and different lectures, some PowerPoints and questionnaires and things like that. I would say that it's really about grounding them, of giving them a safe place to feel comfortable and confident about how they're moving through the world, both personally and professionally.
What can I get for you?
I have noticed that I am not as anxious or shy when it comes to going and talking to somebody, and I'm more outgoing and more willing to start a conversation now than I was before starting at Connect Cafe, because Randy and Jeff and all of the customers make it so easy to just start a conversation, and they were so welcoming to everybody when we first started. Being able to go out and talk to somebody, it is an amazing feeling. Here's that for you. Thank you. Of course, I want to apologize. It's my first time making one, so if it's not good, I am so sorry. I'm not like a...
With how flexible and understanding they were, I understood that they cared more about me than the work that I had to do. I used to be a super awkward, super quiet kid. Like I wouldn't even talk or go out, but now I'm still kind of like that. Like from first impressions, you would say, but I actually would love to speak to like more people and reach out and be more outgoing now than I was then.
I feel these people are my family more when like they ask about like my personal life, and they're really concerned with how I'm doing outside of here. Recently, I got my own apartment, and Jeff was very excited for me. Randy was very excited for me. Lon was very excited for me. Just feeling like you have someone to speak to, it really helps.
Welcoming you all today to a Turning Point Academy's March 2023 graduation. These graduates who have completed all of the requirements of the Department of Education of the state of Missouri to receive their high school diploma. Madison Page.
When I graduated, I came in the day after and everybody was just cheering about it because I finally got it done, and with their support and the motivation that I've gotten from here, it was just heartwarming seeing everybody was excited that I was able to get it done.
A lot of people that are in foster care, they just move from different foster homes and things of that nature. They're never at one place. They never get stability. Foster adopt is definitely doing something that's very important, because a lot of people don't know the struggles of not having a support system and being on your own as an adult.
Connect Cafe are going to stick with these kids. It's not one and done. I'm not giving up on these kids. It's going to make a difference, and that's why I'm doing it.
I'm Lori Ross, the president and CEO of Foster Adopt Connect. Ado, Maddie, and Larry, who you just heard from in this video, are a few of the many young people that we serve in the Kansas City metro area and beyond at Foster Adopt Connect. There are so many ways you can help. Please get involved by coming to visit our Connect Cafe, donating on our website at fosteradopt.org, or giving us a call to find other ways you can be involved.
I'm clapping because I've been there. I've talked to some of the kids. It's a wonderful program. And the other thing that I would say is seeing those graduates at the end. Some of you know I get very emotional, so I'm trying not to cry, but I have a relative married to my nephew, and she's in her 40s, mom and grandmother, and just recently got her GED and walked across, wore her cap and gown. And very proud of her, and I'm very proud that was Missouri, but Kansas has these kind of programs too, and we just need to give people some time just to hand up. Here's an opportunity. We want to get them, help them to get a job so that they have dignity, that they are at work. And look at this, we're right back on time, everybody. So thank you so much. And now we'd like to welcome to the mic Secretary Laura Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to be with all of you today. I also had the chance yesterday to go to Connect Cafe for the first time, and I would also attest to just the impact of it. Yeah, and they had great sandwiches. We were commenting on how great the food was, but just interacting with the young people. Anyway, great program. Well, I'm happy to be here with all of you today. I think I was asked to talk about some specific things today related to how we're implementing legislation that passed last session, such as what Jesse just talked about, some status of current RFPs, any policy implementation related to the Chapin Hall study that you heard about last time, as well as just providing some general updates. I always like to just kind of start with just a handful of slides that I won't spend a lot of time on. That's just a little bit of kind of by the numbers. So you can see on the third slide, in terms of the number of children in foster care, as of April 30th of this year, 6,176 youth. I think we're just under 6,140 today. Continuing to see that number decline. And if you look at the next slide, slide 4, in terms of the number of children entering foster care, I think this year, this was through April this year, so it's a little bit skewed because that's not a full year number. I think we're at about 2,800 as we sit here today, closing out the fiscal year between 2,800 and 2,900. We don't have the final numbers yet. But it seems like when we do see those final numbers, this may be the first year since sometime before 2008 that there were less than 3,000 children who had a need to enter the foster care system. And again, I attribute an awful lot of that to the prevention work and the prevention dollars that have been so well supported, for example, by so many of you. A couple slides that we've started including in here, I think a little bit after some of the Chapin Hall study and some of our conversations about the reasons that youth do enter care. So on page 5, we wanted to just give you a sense of the proportion of youth who enter care because of a reason of abuse or neglect, and then those who enter care for what in Kansas statute is called a family in need of assessment, or a FINA. And as you can see in the current fiscal year, about 2/3 of youth are entering care for a reason of abuse or neglect, about 38% for a FINA presenting situation. And just as a reminder to the committee, those could be things that could be categorized as, a child behavior issue, truancy, child substance use or caregiver substance use, or the caregiver unavailable to care for the child. About 30% of those are categorized in kind of the child behavior category, about 16% related to truancy. And then maybe the last data slide related to entry into care, specifically on slide 6, in terms of how that child comes into care. So about 57% through DCF, about 43% through the court. And we really began providing this slide because I think one of the things that we've really been thinking a lot about as an agency is when a child is placed in custody, before we really even have a chance to touch that child or do our team decision making or things like that, some of those youth don't get the opportunities to really be assessed for whether or not they might be a good candidate for some of our Family First prevention services. And so those are some of the things you'll see as we talk further in the testimony in terms of some of the conversations we're having with our court partners in terms of thinking about what those different pathways might be for you, especially when you don't have issues of abuse or neglect. And then just kind of a summary slide, just kind of closing out on children entering and exiting care. Again, I think for each of the last 4 years, you'll see more children exiting care than entering care. And again, it's important that we look not just at children entering care, obviously, but for those youth who are in care, how are their needs being met? Are we achieving permanency in child time? I know one of the things you heard me talk about before that you'll certainly continue to hear from us in coming months is really a focus on timely permanency and partnerships and work with the courts around those time and care numbers. So. Page 8, adoptions. In terms of finalized adoptions, You can see in state fiscal year 22, 948 adoptions were finalized. Almost all of those were with a relative or foster parent. 3% were other. And again, you see it's split pretty evenly. This year, it happened to be about 49% with foster parents, 48% with relatives. And a little bit of data there. The average age of a child at the time of finalized adoption is 7 years. 2/3 of children adopted are age 8 or younger. The average length of time they've been in care is about 39 months. And about 60% are adopted as part of a sibling group. So again, just some aggregate data that I think is helpful. Starting on page 9, we just have a few slides related to the Family First. I'm not going to spend a lot of time revisiting the program itself because you all are very familiar with what that is after all this time in terms of just the robust prevention services we're able to have in the state now. But you can see with about 4,100 referrals, about half of those have been related to mental health services, just over a quarter related to parent skill building. Then you can see some of the outcomes data on page 10. We're right about 88% of those children and youth who have reached 12 months from when they were referred to Family First and have still remained together at home. We have had about 5% of children and youth placed in foster care during an open Family First case. Again, our goal is kind of at that 90% level. It seems like from month to month, we'll be either a little bit above or a little bit below that 90% number. The next couple pages just give a listing of our new grantees. A few months ago, we announced, we put out a new RFP, and we were able to expand the program, again, based on funding from the legislature a year ago. I wanted to just remind you of some of the features of the new grants because those do start here in just a couple days on July 1st. So what you have in your testimony is really just a list of the awardees in the parent skill building, kinship navigation, mental health, substance use, and other primary prevention categories. But I just wanted to just make a few comments about what we're able to do with the new grants. We were able to add 3 more Family First providers. We were also able to expand a mental health program that some of you may be familiar with called multisystemic therapy. I mean, that's a very successful program on the juvenile offender side and in arenas related to behavior. We've had very good outcomes from it. We were able to expand that statewide, so that now covers all 105 counties. Really excited about that. Another area where we filled some gaps that we had from our first granting period is we were able to add new substance use disorder services. We had very limited opportunities, in fact, no opportunities for referral in some parts of the state. So we now have at least one service provider related to substance use in every region of the state under Family First. And we also were able to expand the parent skill building. So again, those were some of the gains in the latest RFP. You can see the actual awardees, the amounts that they were awarded on these 2 slides. So in terms of recent initiatives from the agency, I wanted to talk about a few things, some of which really relate to some of the work that happened through the placement stability work group that we had as an agency and that Chapin Hall helped us with, and they came and spoke with you at your last meeting. And just as a reminder, in terms of some of the work that were coming out of this Leading for Change work group. And this was a work group with DCF, with our case management providers, really looking at the issue of placement stability. And we got some, again, that external help. In looking at kind of the Center for States report that you saw last time, it really identified kind of 3 root causes for some of the issues around placement stability. One of those had to do with foster care having a lack of placement assistance for youth with intensive behavioral health needs. A second was that the front door in Kansas is too wide in terms of entry into foster care. And the third had to do with community prevention being inadequate to serve some of the needs of older high-needs youth. And as I just mentioned in Family First, we were pleased to be able to expand some programs in Family First that targeted that. So I mentioned that as just kind of a lead-in to the topic I was going to talk about on the next few pages, which is really a program that we've been looking at, modeling some work here in Kansas after a pilot project that happened in the state of Iowa. And in the state of Iowa, 7 judges began asking 4 questions before they made a decision to remove a child from custody. And I might go ahead and move the slide forward. I probably should have had the next slide first. But they basically were asking them 4 questions before removing a child from their home. You can see those questions really talking about, are there ways to remove the danger instead of the child? Can someone the child or family knows move into the home to remove the danger? Can the caregiver and child go live with a relative or a family friend? Or could the child move temporarily to live with a relative or a family friend? Going back to the prior slide then, in these jurisdictions for these 7 judges, this pilot project resulted in a 50% reduction of children coming into care, and for those who came into care, an increase in the initial placement with family and relatives. And then what began as a pilot project in Iowa really also then turned into statewide policy change. So I also, on slide 14, also show a legislative change that Iowa made a year ago in their legislative session in terms of the criteria for removal of a child. And the legislative change requires the court to find by the standard is substantial evidence that the need for removal outweighs the potential harm that removal would cause the child. In fact, I think it has that language 3 times in that statute, if I remember correctly. I think just some acknowledgement that there is harm just in removal of a child. That doesn't mean that there aren't reasons why a child might need to be removed and why they need to go into foster care to be safe. And then also within their legislative change was requiring the judge to seek the least restrictive care for that child. I think really, and this was focused not just on the issue of like family or relative, but family-based care as opposed to residential care. So again, that's new statutory language, but that all grew out of really this pilot project. So here in Kansas, we've been doing some work with this. We've sponsored some legal trainings, a specific CLE that talks about, how 7 judges asking 4 questions are keeping families together. So I've offered some CLE training for attorneys. We're also incorporating these kinds of questions just ourselves and with our partners in our team decision-making conversations. And in our regions, are having conversations with court partners. So again, no formal specific pilot here, but again, just trying to kind of fuse this, I think, with our judicial partners as well as ourselves. I think this also will be one of the topics of conversation in the judicial summit that's planned next spring. Another area that also relates to this topic is I just wanted to mention some special work that we're initiating in Sedgwick County under the leadership of our regional director in Wichita. Sedgwick County has always experienced a higher proportion of youth coming into foster care for as long as I can remember in my career. And so just to begin to think about how to have conversations about that, how to understand that, how to pull the right data together to understand what that looks like. DCF is partnering with the Kansas Leadership Center for kind of a different approach to community engagement, and I think we're excited about that, really bringing a wide array of stakeholders together to improve that issue around the disproportionate need for foster care. There's some specific outcomes and impact data we'll be able to report, but again, this is new. This is just going to be kicking off here in the coming weeks and months. So we're excited about that collaboration. Staying on the topic of placement stability, I wanted to just update you on some of our work with regard to what we call failure to place. And that a failure to place instance is when we're not able to place that child and that child stays in an office. I mean, so that's really the issue we're talking about here. We talked to you last year about how we had set up a new process to allow for the ability to have some standby beds in our network, family foster care and residential care, where essentially we're providing kind of a reduced payment to kind of have those beds available. Right as of May 30th, I think we had 25 of those beds. You know, it fluctuates. As you'll see, because some of those beds became permanent placements for some of those youth, which was a great outcome. So I think we have 10 family foster homes, 15 facility-based beds. Since October, we've had 108 youth across 122 instances served by that standby network. Our failure to place has been reduced by about 50% from a year ago. We're still not where we want to be, but we've made tremendous progress, and this has been a really valuable initiative. We obviously need to continue to look at other initiatives. And as I said, you'll see we've had some foster homes that have opted out of the network after accepting a youth and then decided to be that youth's long-term placement. So that's been great. You know, we wanted to dig into this a little bit more, and so on the next page, we decided, and this was kind of under the leadership of Deputy Secretary Keys, that we would look at those first 100 youth who experienced a failure to place bed, and we would follow them for a year after their first standby bed experience occurred, using kind of a case review instrument at 90-day intervals. And then we'll have interviews with a sample of those youth this summer. So what do we know? We know 28% were able to be served within their own catchment area. I mean, that tells me that we probably need a little bit more array of where those standby beds are available. 94% had no other instances of failure to place after the first standby bed. 35% only one placement since that, and 79% no runs since the standby bed. So again, tells us a little bit. We'll learn more as we continue to use those case review instruments and as we interview those youth. I think really wanting to understand what makes a difference for those youth, who again, the youth who end up in our offices tend to be the youth with high acute needs, run issues, high behavioral health needs, and tend to be the ones where we've got a lot of churning and placement instability. So again, we'll kind of keep you posted as we learn more from this study. Another initiative I wanted to update the committee on is what's called SOUL. Kansas had a chance to partner with the Annie Casey Foundation on a proposed permanency option for older youth. We have certain permanency options in our statutes today, and young people working actually with the Jim Casey Foundation identified a pathway that they felt would be more helpful in terms of kind of their life journey and trajectory. And they've come up with a model that they call support, opportunity, unity, and legal relationships. And so this has been pretty active work in Kansas. I would say DCF, I really feel like we're a partner in this effort because this is very much led by, this is very much youth-led or by youth who have aged out of the foster care system. And we have a lot of partners at the table. We're at the table. Our case management providers are at the table. We've got judicial representation at the table, and some of the advocacy organizations that you know very well, Children's Alliance, Appleseed, Kansas Action for Children, are kind of also at the table. So they're working right now on what code changes might mean in the state code to implement this in Kansas. But the idea is really about the ability to choose one or more caregivers to really be their sole family without having to actually sever their biological family ties. One of the reasons I bring this up today is one of the efforts that's going to be happening this fall. I think with the help of some of the advocacy organizations, some of those young people who've aged out of the system who are involved in this will likely be reaching out to you either to appear before this committee or individually, I think, to begin to gain some support going into the session. So I really just wanted to give you a heads up, and I hope you'll kind of welcome the conversations with them as they kind of bring their stories and passion around this to you. We're really excited about it. If we're able to successfully do this, we'll be the first state. A couple of other jurisdictions have jumped on board now and are in various stages of the planning process as well. Next, I just wanted to give you an update on current RFPs that are out here right now. The first RFP is the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System. We've talked about this some before. But just as a reminder, DCF currently has 5 very old, what we call legacy systems. They're of various ages, various capabilities that support child welfare programs. Some of them, it's really aging mainframe technology, unsupported operating systems, programming language that's so obsolete you can't hire someone to fix it. So anyway, so as you know, we put out an RFP. The primary RFP is the first one you see there related to CWIS, the Design, Development, and Implementation RFP. That closed on June 14th. This is the main contractor that would work alongside state staff to develop and implement the system. So we're in the middle of that bidding process. So as you know, I'm not able to say very much, but I did want to reiterate, as we mentioned on the next page, that bidders were encouraged to propose an approach and implementation timeline based on their CWIS solution that could allow planned rollout to have modernization as soon as possible. So, I don't know and couldn't tell you if I did know standing here today what those look like. But we certainly within the RFP we're encouraging them to propose rollouts that would allow benefits to be seen sooner rather than later on what's a very, very large project. So again, we're excited about that. We're excited that what this means ultimately is one system for everyone, DCF and all of our case management providers, one system, one central data source, one, all within that same context. And so again, that's out there. There's 2 other contracts related to that are pretty common with IT projects that one, and we'll be choosing one of those contractors through a task proposal, and there also will be an RFP related to a quality assurance component of it. So again, excited about that. Excited to have the bids closed and be beginning the next stage of that review process. The other major RFP out there on page 24 is for our foster care case management providers. That RFP was also released in May with an effective date of July 1st of 24. You can see the timeline on slide 24. Proposals were due June 26th, so those bids are also closed, and we are beginning the review process with regard to the new case management providers. I wanted to just give you a few highlights of changes that were included in the RFP that was posted. I obviously can't talk about the review process, but I can talk about what we actually included within the RFP, since that was a public document through the Department of Administration. And both of these contracts, by the way, are through the procurement process with the Department of Administration. So in terms of on the foster care, we really tried to look at, feedback from groups like this, as well as some things we've learned from LPA reports, some things we've learned through some of the policy recommendations from the Division of Child Advocate, and then kind of that series of conversations we had last year based on that performance-based contracting bill that passed a couple years ago, Senator Faust-Goudeau's bill, and some things we had there. So we've added a number of things within the agreement. Some are pretty standard. We needed to update federal outcome standards. We added some additional requirements related to our settlement agreement. We built in some flexibility for our providers to propose to us some different evidence-based approaches to family reintegration. We did add requirements for caseloads. I know that was a topic that this committee talked about quite a bit. So we put in requirements for Council on Accreditation caseload standards within the RFP. We added some language as well throughout the RFP in terms of some of our expectations around collaboration. And that could be with the managed care organizations. There's a huge Medicaid connection as we think about some of the youth with high needs in care. Connection to the CDDOs as it relates to kids with IDD needs, connections to the CMHCs or the new Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics on the behavioral health side. And you'll see a little bit more detail on page 26. But I would say what I think the most significant change is that we gave bidders the opportunity to describe additional non-case carrying support they might need to do their case management work. So if you think outside of the individual who has those, 12 to 15 cases of youth that they're managing, what else does the organization need to be successful? Maybe they want to have a functional family therapy team. Maybe they want to have a mental health liaison to liaison with mental health providers. Maybe there's something related to schools. But really to call that out clearly. Over the last 4 years, we have put some things like that into the grants, but those have ended up being things we've kind of added after the fact, is like the special response teams related to youth on the run. We added some resource to those grants. So we've asked those who bid on this to propose to us what they need outside of the traditional case carrying support to be successful with the outcomes that are here. And then some technical things related to just the payment structures. How they would bid on that. We're continuing to have the placement costs paid directly through DCF, which is how it's been the last 4 years. We've continued with a focus on performance-based awards with incentives and penalties. Grantees can earn annual incentive payments up to 5% over grant costs. Again, but that's based on meeting specific incentives, and we have penalty provisions as well, again, related to those outcomes. So again, that's just a quick summary of some of the changes that we included within the foster care case management RFP. So obviously more to come in the coming months. One more RFP that was released in June and that will close on August 9th is the Family Preservation Services RFP. This is available to families in all 105 counties. We also within these proposals are giving those who bid an opportunity to propose emerging, promising, or evidence-based approaches to support children and families in their homes. So again, not a lot of changes in family preservation from its current model, but that's also on the street. So. All right, I wanted to talk about a few post-session updates, and I'll tell you that I think the first thing I need to do is I think about talking about post-session, and I said this yesterday at the DCF stakeholder meeting we had in Wyandotte County. I think the first thing I just need to say is thank you to members of this body. I think both on the substantive side in terms of policy legislation that passed to support youth in our foster care system, I sit in. I just feel really grateful to have the support that you all provided that really allows us to, advance and make progress. So I just wanted to remind folks of kind of what was approved on kind of both those sides and give you just a quick update on where we are in implementation. In terms of budget adjustments, there were a few items that were started out in the GBR in terms of increasing relative and non-kin placement rates up to 70% of the family foster home rate. Increasing the monthly foster care independent living subsidy to 100% of the federal poverty level for kids aging out. And an initial expansion of the We Can Drive program that provides kind of the driver's education support into the Wichita area. And then you'll see on the legislative side, you provided additional resources on We Can Drive that allows that to be a statewide program. It's been a really successful pilot in terms of helping those foster youth to be able to attain their driver's license, attain insurance, those things. All those things that are really necessary to get employment and things like that. And then 3 initiatives that the legislature funded that we're really grateful that the Children's Alliance made requests for. One was a $6 million increase in funding related to therapeutic foster care, and I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. About $2 million in funding to do with evidence-based services for delinquent youth. And then a request for funding to really look at how we could develop a diversion for families with kids who have IDD needs, who enter the foster care system, essentially because they're looking for services. I wear my KDAD's hat, and I know I sit here with a waiting list on the IDD waiver of, 6,000 people. And we just see occasions where families look to the foster care system, you're really out of desperation. And so, again, excited about those opportunities. I think there were a couple other things that might not have made the table here. An expansion of Safe Families, which I know they've spoken with you a couple times to 4 more counties, I think including in kind of the Erie County, Fort Riley area. And then continuation of the Can Coach program that has been a KU grant that will be taken over by the Children's Alliance. So again, really grateful for those resources. In terms of therapeutic family foster homes, as we've talked with this committee quite a bit about, it's been just about a year since we added therapeutic foster homes as part of our placement array. Really, really important aspect when we think about those youth with high needs. And the ability to serve those youth in a family setting. So we have approved 13 therapeutic foster homes. We've got 14 youth in placement. That's not enough. We need some more. And I think one of the things the appropriation lets us really think about is what do we really need to make that a robust program? It's one thing to say, let's add this to our placement array, let's establish a daily rate. That doesn't give that family who's taking on those children with high needs all the resources that they need. So we're in conversations with stakeholders about this. I mean, what is there around specific training? What might there be about respite? What other supports does that family need? So we'll report back to you on your meetings as we continue to work through that. But I think everyone is pretty excited about the ability to really make the therapeutic foster home more viable and sustaining in Kansas, more robust than the program is today. So really grateful to have those added resources to do that. On the issue with the funding for the intellectual and developmental disability kind of diversion, we're working really closely with Interhab and with the CDDOs on kind of design of that, and really trying to kind of call out what are those services and supports that would be not as much as you might maybe get if you were going on a waiver, but what could that look like? And so again, excited about that. A thing I would say about that, I've been really pleased with how much stakeholders have really engaged and are kind of really to step up and look at options, because families need to have options. And again, anyway. And then the last one, the evidence-based services for children in foster care, kind of related to delinquency. The evidence-based service that really was desired with the request was functional family therapy. So we'll be making adjustments with our case management providers about the best way to attain that training and staffing, and that may be adjustments with some of the individual case management providers. Some already have the service, some don't, but the goal is to really expand that and make that available statewide. So again, excited about that. A few more updates in terms of, I think I already mentioned this on page 34. Wanted to just update on your recommendations last year related to caseworker caseloads. So again, we did include the Council of Accreditation standards and their language in our current RFP. So that's really 12 to 15 in foster care or kinship care. That would be 8 children in treatment foster care, like if you think of therapeutic foster care. Or so again, we included that specific language. I think the next slide were some of the report recommendations related to what ended up becoming House Bill 2024. So I'll kind of skip the report recommendation side and just kind of give you an update on where we are. So on the care part of this, we've continued to work with KDHE to facilitate and expand the care program statewide by training staff on referral processes. So we are excited to have that be a statewide program. It's been a very successful program in Northeast. We're using kind of what's called IRIS as a referral tool, and so we're excited about that. And I think we're just having a conversation with Ed Klump before the meeting. I think that in conversation with Children Mercy, they're trying to think about the best way for law enforcement to make direct referrals, and that may be an email or something like that, so they don't have to use this referral system. So on the newborn safety devices, we have on our public website on the very front page, we were required to develop certain materials as an agency for organizations like Ottawa who would like to implement a newborn safety device. That we have posted the required materials, and we've also provided notices of where those materials are to municipalities, to the Fire Chiefs Association, and to other stakeholders. That includes a number of things. So there was a requirement for a notice that would let the person surrendering the child know that 60 days after surrender, PRT proceedings would commence. We needed to include a questionnaire for the person to include any information on medical or background information, and also in terms of any desire to express tribal status. Grief, pregnancy, adoption, or placement counseling services, a brochure on postpartum health, and the rights of birth parents. And so we've given you the link to that. It's easily available on our website, and we're trying to make sure the right folks who would be like implementing the newborn safety devices know that where the resources are. So that's well in play. With regard to the other part of 2024, the Bill of Rights, we have the Foster Youth Bill of Rights and the Foster Parent Bill of Rights on our website. We're also developing materials to integrate that into the entry process. So as someone becomes a foster parent or as a foster child comes into care, on the foster child side, really trying to do some work to include age-appropriate language so that a child can understand what their rights are without like reading the actual language that's in the bill. I mean, they would get that, but how can that be translated for different age groups? And we've been doing a lot of consultation on that as well, including with our Kansas Youth Advisory Council in terms of how they best think a youth can not just receive the Bill of Rights, but understand what that means for them and how are the best ways and who's best to convey that information. So again, fully in the implementation mode on these. Let's see, the last bill, the last piece with 2240, I think Jesse already talked about this. This was really more of a technical change about notification when a child's placed in a QRTP. And again, it really was kind of already the practice in terms of the clerk of the district court making that notification, but that was clarified. The other bill I might mention to this committee is House Bill 2021. There were a lot of components to that bill related to juvenile justice, a lot of requirements related to the Department of Corrections, but we did have some responsibilities under that. By October of 2023, DCF is required to identify an evidence-based risk and needs assessment to administer to youth identified as exhibiting behavior that could lead to juvenile offender charges during a scene case. And that evidence-based risk and needs assessment is what will really then make that child eligible to receive programming through the evidence-based programs funds through. So again, we've narrowed down. We've had a lot of consultation with folks in the juvenile justice system and others, and we've narrowed down, and we think we've selected an assessment now to utilize. We're going to be working on policies that could be affected by that. So this is an October 1st date. We're well underway. So we will be ready by October 1st. We'll have agency and case management provider staff trained on how to use that tool for implementation. So again, excited about that opportunity for those youth in the system who do experience those behaviors. And again, we're also grateful for that legislation. So, all right, I will stop talking and answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary. And we're going to begin with the first question from Representative Howerton, who's on WebEx with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to be on WebEx. I'm sorry I'm not in person. I just want to touch base with Secretary Howard. We heard a presentation last session on the birth certificates and the turnaround process for that. And you were going to work with that secretary to try to speed that up. I'm actually monitoring a case just kind of to see how that process worked. And they are, next week will be 4 weeks that they've been waiting on the birth certificate. And so the adoption process has stalled until they get that, and just wanting to see what kind of progress you've made there.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We should have included that in our testimony. I apologize for that. We are making progress. We have we have agreed to a member of understanding that applies to most circumstances. We're still having some conversation related to those circumstances where there may not be as much information available about circumstances surrounding the child's birth. Maybe not so much an abandoned child, but a circumstance where we just don't have very much information. So I think we actually have a higher level meeting plan with myself and Secretary Standing joining the team that has been having the negotiations on this in a couple weeks to move that process to a conclusion. So we're making progress. We should have conclusion, I would say, within the next month or so with some clear standards that that we'll all follow. I appreciate that follow-up question.
Representative Howerton, does that conclude your question?
I'm just trying to, I mean, it does sort of conclude the question, but what is the normal turnaround process for that? Is 4 weeks, is that reasonable? There are no issues with finding out who the biological parents are or anything. They actually have a copy of the birth certificate, but the mother had written through the father's name, so they needed a new copy, and it's been 4 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, that should not be. I'll just say that. So, yeah. Be happy to look into that specific circumstance, and I do hope as we finalize these memorandums of understanding, that you'll begin to see those changes in practice.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, and now we have Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary Howard, for your report. I've got a couple questions, if that's okay. Okay. When you were talking about, I'm not sure what page that was on, but new grants. I saw there on a kinship navigation agency grant. Can you talk about that a little bit? And I'll let you know. My assumption is that's maybe an investigator that finds family, but could you explain that a little bit?
Yeah. So under thank you for the question, Representative. Under Family First, one of the things that states can support under the Family First Act is what's called kinship navigation. And what we've been contracting with Kansas Legal Services since the beginning on that. This could be a lot of different things. This could be a family who's maybe trying to pursue a guardianship for a child instead of the child coming into care. It could be a lot of different things related to just legal supports that family might need. So we've been actually funding that through Kansas Legal Services since the beginning of this initiative. The other thing that we also are funding through Kansas Legal Services, which is kind of an expansion of that, is something that came out of this committee a few years ago. In terms of funding some legal support for those biological parents. For parents who are in whose children are in the foster care system. So we've also been funding additional grant with Kansas Legal Services to provide some of that family support. So again, that kind of came out of some presentations that this committee heard 2 years ago, and we were able to to pull some federal funding together to provide. That's not statewide, but to provide that in a few counties. So again, this general Kansas Legal Services is really kind of on the prevention side to help those families who may have a legal barrier to being able to be a kin provider for that child. So.
And are you referring to conversations where someone had, maybe a grandparent had a charge of marijuana 30 years ago.
It could be that too. It
Okay.
could be that. It could be, how do we get something expunged so that they're eligible
Okay.
to be? It could be a lot of different things. I mean, there could be, maybe they're having a landlord issue or something, if they don't have the right living situation. I mean, it could be a lot of different
Okay.
things, but it's really providing that legal support. And that initial piece was really a significant part of the Family First Prevention Act, so.
Okay, then I have a separate subject. Okay, on your soul update. So, that's probably kind of new to a lot of the legislators. I know it's been kind of going on in the background, but you mentioned that maybe some former foster youth might be reaching out to us in the fall for support. Are you anticipating that we're going to be looking at maybe a statute change next year, or are they looking for support with funding?
I think it'll be a proposal for a statute change. Yeah, for a statute change in terms of adding an additional permanency option besides, reintegration, adoption, permanent custodianship. Yeah, so it'll be adding a new, an actual new permanency option for youth. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions, committee, before I launch into my bazillion? Okay, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I leaned over and said was, like what? Like what are other options?
On Soul, yeah, I mean, the model that the youth have come up with, I mean, what they really want is the ability to not have to sever their biological rights like you might do in adoption, but to have something that sustains, whereas like guardianship would go away when you're 18. So how do you have a sustained permanent relationship with one or two people that sustains for your lifetime? So I probably didn't say that as well as they'll say it. And there's kind of been a whole legal team that's kind of been wrapping their heads around what this might look like. As I said, we've got some folks from OJA involved. We've got some national folks involved in terms of what that might look like. It's pretty compelling when you kind of hear them tell that story of, who really makes that most impact in their life. We have a young man who actually works for us now as an independent living specialist who aged out of our foster care system. And I was we talked to him, Senator Gossage, at that one event. And as he was talking about even kind of his story, he was talking about like this point in time where he, this was actually after he was in college, but like the dorms were closed, he had nowhere to go. He was like living in the slide at the park, essentially. And then someone, came and found him that was someone he had a connection to. And he said, this would have been who my soul person could have been. Now, they wouldn't have adopted me. I didn't want to have parental rights severed, those kinds of things. So again, I think it's pretty complex from the legal side, but folks that are smarter than I have been putting their heads together on about what those options might look like in terms of, there's been kind of a legal planning team as well as policy advocacy, et cetera. So I hope that helps a little bit, Senator.
Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary, I met with Dee, your regional director there in Wichita, and that first meeting will take place on July 5th, I believe.
Yeah, I knew it was right after the 4th weekend.
Looking forward to that.
Nice.
So two quick questions. So you mentioned the suggestion from Tanya Keys of tracking 100 youth. So how does that look like? And then you also mentioned what Sherry talked about of the referral. Elaborate a little bit on the referral piece you mentioned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The first question that you asked related to the tracking of the 100 youth, Senator, that was related to those youth who were kind of in a failure to place situation and they ended up in a standby bed. So what we're doing is kind of every 90 days, we're kind of doing a case review to see, you know, what's happened with that child during this time period. How many moves have they had? Are they still in the same place? You know, kind of a series of things like that to kind of see what the outcomes have been for those youth. And then planning to then do a personal interview with a sample of those youth this summer. Again, we're really wanting to learn, is there something about this process, about the fact that you went to a home instead of an office that had an impact? You know, what can we learn from that? So that's that piece. And I'm sorry, Senator, you might clarify the second question about referral.
So you talked about implementing the referral process. You had a conversation with Ed Klump.
Oh.
Thank you. Yes.
Sure. Yes. I was talking about with the CARE program. You know, we're using a program that's called IRIS. It's a commonly used referral instrument, an electronic, whatever those things are called. Anyway, it's a way to make electronic referrals between partners. It's used widely in Kansas in the early childhood system. So we're using that to make those referrals. The comment I made related to Mr. Klump was, you know, one of the things that the legislation that you passed does is it allows law enforcement to make direct referrals. And I was just commenting that I think that that will probably happen through an email process, but I think Children's Mercy, as kind of a lead on this, was looking at how to make this as simple as possible for law enforcement so they don't have to kind of use this referral system. That's all I meant, Senator.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two quick questions for the Secretary. And first, I want to say thank you, Secretary Howard, for sharing that you're working on that 4 questions and looking more into the 4 questions, because I think it was about a year ago that Sister Therese mentioned that was something that she had heard about at a conference. So that's very positive. It was last fall that we had the first report that came out on the class action lawsuit, and it was an evaluation on that first year. So have you seen a draft of the second year report? What should we anticipate as committee members?
Thank you, Senator. We have not seen a draft of the report yet, but I think we will see a draft in July. I think the end of July is when we're slated to see a draft. I mean, we know some of that data, though. I mean, I think one of the, I don't know some of the data that comes out of the case reviews, but obviously, for example, there's some things that we do know. Like when I talked about we've reduced our failure to place numbers, but we're not where we need to be. The settlement would say, you know, no youth in an office, you know, those sorts of things. So, I mean, I think we will see progress on some things. There will also be standards that we're still yet to meet. You know, we will not have achieved where we need to be on placement stability, even with these efforts. We will continue to have work to do there. I'm eager to see some of the data that's going to come out of the case reads that I don't know yet, Senator. So I would expect, you know, we'll certainly plan to give the committee a heads up before kind of public release so that you're aware of that data. But I expect to see a draft. Like I said, I think it's late July.
Okay. You had shared earlier in your testimony and on your slide that a majority of the kids that go into foster were victims of some form of abuse. And in the legislature, when we were debating Senate Bill 113, which was school funding, what came out from the lobbyist for Kansas Association of School Boards, it also occurred on the Senate floor debate, was that if the bill was passed, if additional scholarship funds for low-income kids to attend private schools, if that were to occur, our private schools would become safe havens for pedophiles and that the children would be potential victims of abuse. Since you are the secretary overseeing the safety of child welfare, tell me what you have found since that occurred. during veto session as far as those types of allegations?
You know, Senator, whether a child is in a public or a private school, or whether a teacher or another professional who's a mandated reporter works in a public or private setting, they have the same responsibility and obligation to report as a mandated reporter. There's no difference between the two. You know, so we get reports all the time that don't come from public agencies. We get reports from private schools today. So again, there's nothing in the law that would make any distinction, and anybody who has that requirement to be a mandated reporter has that regardless of the setting in which they work. So
I appreciate that clarification. You and I have spoken about this before, and I appreciate you sharing that with the committee as well, because the well-being of our kids is our top priority. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Secretary Howard.
thank you.
Well, as you can imagine, Madam Secretary, I have very little time with my thousands of questions. I will speak to you outside of committee. But I do want to address, I can imagine it'd be very difficult for us. I know it's difficult for us hearing some of the testimony this morning. It had to be even more difficult for you overseeing this department. And I want to give you an opportunity. I know you can't address each child or each foster situation, but is there anything in your report today that would give these folks hope that somebody's listening or there's some changes that are being made?
No, thank you, Senator. I appreciate that opportunity. You know, I did listen. It is hard to sit there and listen, and I just feel a great compassion and empathy for the families, particularly families with children experiencing trauma or experiencing loss. You know, I think one of the things that I was thinking about as I was listening to some of the stories, you know, and some of those were more recent, some of those were from before I was secretary. So some of them go back a little ways. And I think one of the things I was trying to think about was, you know, what has happened in our system that means some opportunities for improvement. And I was thinking about, for example, when I talked about in Family First, that we were able to add in the contracts to start right now a substance use option in each part of the state. And we know that's a critical need. I was also, though, even thinking about, as we think about kind of youth in crisis. I was thinking about the family crisis line that started, and then even beyond that, you know, kind of work in progress, but the work that Kansas and all states really are doing on 988, I mean, kind of goes outside of child welfare, but it certainly impacts families who have youth who are struggling. The transition of our community mental health centers to certified community behavioral health clinics is going to make far more robust possibilities. And, you know, we have expanded the number of PRTF beds. So again, I you know, whether that would have made it, you know, you don't know, but it does make me just continue to think about what my team hears me talk about a lot is where are the gaps in our system? You know, you could have a system, and I'm not saying it does, but even if you had a system that serve 98% of the kids really well, what about the 2% that it doesn't serve very well? And that's actually kind of been a pretty common thread in my career, to say, what about those gaps? And what are those services and supports for when something doesn't just really fit neatly in a system? So I think you'll continue to hear, I think, additional work from us, from KDADS, and some collaborative work with KDHE about some of those areas where we really feel like there's some gaps. They may not all fall within something I would do within foster care, but maybe it's something that's added as a service in Medicaid. Maybe it's something that's added through KDAD. So I guess those would be the comments I would make, just beyond you know, appreciating the willingness of folks to come and kind of share their pain in a public way, really with the hope of seeing improvements in a system, because I think that's what we all want to see.
And will there be someone within your department or within the system that would be able to speak with any of these folks, set up an appointment, talk to them after today?
Yes, we can. We can do that. Yeah, I know Deputy Secretary Keys had a chance to have a brief conversation, but yes, we can do that. So,
thank you so much. Very pleased to hear it. Committee, we're back on schedule. And we're going to now go to the National Child Welfare, by the way, thank you, Madam Secretary. The National Child Welfare Workforce Institute collaborative presentation. And we'll begin with Caroline Hastings, I believe.
Could we actually begin with Dr. Leek on WebEx, and then I will come back and do the Kansas application?
Absolutely. So Robin Leek is the director, and she's on WebEx. Very good.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. I could not hear Carolyn very well. Did she indicate that she wanted me to begin?
Yes, she would like for you to start, and then she'll go after you.
Thank you. Please forgive me. I'm a little unfamiliar with WebEx, so I'm going to try to get my screen sharing up and going, and we will see how this goes. All right. Can you see my screen?
Sorry, yes, we see it, Robin.
Oh, wonderful. Are you seeing the right view?
Not this minute. It went away. Well, I'll ask my tech people if they can assist in any way, but you were doing it.
All right. Let me see.
Sharing your screen. It looks like you just need to click on your slides to begin.
All right. Is that, no, I'm not sharing anymore, am I?
Okay, they actually have your presentation, and they can do it from here. You may need it on your end for you to be able to see, but it's okay. We don't need to see you. Well, they have your presentation, and they will pull it up.
That's fantastic. Thank you for your patience.
Uh-huh.
I am Robin Leek. I'm a research professor at the University of Denver Graduate School of Social Work. And I also have the distinct pleasure of being the program director for the National Child Welfare Workforce Institute. And we are in a cooperative agreement with the Children's Bureau, Administration for Children and Families, and our institute was created in 2009 to support the sustainability and well-being of the child welfare workforce. And we do that through a number of efforts to support recruitment and retention and support well-being of the workforce. Next slide, please. If I see me, I don't see my slides up anymore. Great. If you could go to the next slide, thank you. So our purpose is to develop, oh, you can go back one. Thank you so much. We support child welfare workforce through a number of ways. We foster continuous learning through our Leadership Academy, through online and in-person learning opportunities for child welfare programs, public, private, and tribal across the nation. We cultivate diverse leadership at multiple levels within systems, and we also work with organizations on long-term transformational systems change to improve recruitment and retention and well-being. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to share a little bit of some of our research that we've been conducting over the last 10 years, and we do comprehensive organizational health assessments with organizations, child welfare agencies all over the country. We have data from more than 4,000 child welfare workers, supervisors, and managers. And we oftentimes refer to the child welfare crisis that we're in. And I've been in the field for more than 25 years, and we've always been in crisis in terms of turnover rates and the well-being and sustainability of our workforce. And we use that term a lot. And I can tell you that since COVID, we've really seen it even worse in terms of levels of turnover. So agencies have been coming to our organization and others that really serve the workforce and asking for really tangible supports of what can we do to bring talented people in the door? What can we do to help them stay and improve their skills to effectively serve children and families? And so we've seen this rate, these turnover rates between 20 and 40%, and that's a pretty big range. It really depends on what area of the country and type of agency, but we see these turnover rates both in public and private contracting agencies range between 20 to 40% annually. And as I said, it's been very difficult to really move that needle. When we dive into the data, this is no surprise, I'm sure, to any of you, we're really seeing high job stress and work-related burnout. And burnout scores, burnout's gotten a lot of attention recently, and since the World Health Organization formally recognized burnout as a condition in the workplace, we see burnout rates high in child welfare, pretty much higher than any other field. And it's really characterized by this feeling of being worn out and exhausted. And we see that manifest itself in physical symptoms as well in the child welfare workforce. So we see high levels of burnout in well over 50% of the workforce. And oftentimes the biggest predictor of work-related burnout and stress is workload and just sheer numbers of caseloads. We also see almost half of our sample reporting PTSD-like symptoms. Next slide, please. And so what we see is low psychological safety. Workers feel unsafe in their workplace. They don't feel like they can take risks, ask questions. 60% experience what we're starting to discover more about this idea of moral distress, where the job requires actions that they feel like is not really in the best interest of children and families. Physical safety is also something we're looking at, and there's been some really unfortunate and very tragic threats to safety in the workforce that have received a lot of media press, and so we're really looking at that too. Next slide. So one of the things that we've been really looking at more closely and trying to change is building positive organizational culture and climate. And there's been a lot of national focus on the negative impacts of a toxic work culture. And we see that predictors of toxic work culture span these are true of child welfare, they're true of businesses, they're true of private and public sector, that organizations that we consider toxic are where we don't have diversity, equity, and inclusion, where workers feel disrespected, and there's a lack of safety and unethical behavior. So we're really thinking about ways that we can support child welfare agencies in building positive organizational climates that are inclusive and where workers feel like they have a sense of belonging. Next slide, please. And, we really want to ground this in why do we care so much? Why is it important to focus on the workforce? And we need a strong, positive work conditions for our workforce so that they can care for children and families. And this data is still emerging, but staff turnover in several jurisdictions is starting to show that we see actual outcomes in increased placement disruptions, longer time in out-of-home care, higher incidence of maltreatment, and higher reentry in foster care. So we cannot have, without the well-being of the workforce, we can't have positive outcomes for children and families. Thank you. So we have launched, in partnership with the Children's Bureau, a Breakthrough Series collaborative. And this is a relatively quick, we do long-term interventions with jurisdictions, but this is an 18-month project where we're supporting 8 public and 5 tribal program sites to come together in a continuous learning improvement cycle. So our sites bring teams together and they bring in their workforce data, they develop and test and strategies to improve the sustainability of their workforce, and then they use those decisions to scale up changes. It creates a dynamic learning environment. So we bring all of our teams together in person 3 times over the course of the project and really work with them to support their efforts. Next slide, please. So just to give you a sense of our teams, we're so excited that Northeast Kansas and Northwest Kansas both have teams in our Breakthrough Series Collaborative, and we had our kickoff and launch in Albuquerque, New Mexico, just 2 months ago. So all of our teams were able to come together and talk about their workforce issues and develop strategies, and they've already begun to test those. And I believe Carolyn's going to talk with you a little bit more about what that looks like. Next slide, please. So our aim statement for our Breakthrough Series Collaborative is to cultivate a sustainable workforce within organizations that value justice, equity, and inclusivity. And when we selected our sites for our Breakthrough Series Collaborative, we really looked for, in our application process, a demonstrated commitment to building and sustaining anti-racist organizations of inclusivity and belongingness, of organizations that were committed to implementing trauma-informed practices within organizations and within families, and honoring the dignity and autonomy of the workforce as well as the families that they serve. So next slide, please. And we have built a framework for this work based on the Surgeon General's framework for workforce well-being and mental health. And we've adapted it for child welfare. So we brought together groups of experts across the country to adapt this for a child welfare setting. And this is the framework that all of our sites are using. So what we're asking is for sites to develop and test strategies within these different domains. And these include protection from harm, connection and community, work-life harmony, mattering at work, and opportunities for growth. Next slide, please. And this just gives you a little bit more detail of the different types of change strategies and activities that all of our teams are developing strategies to address within each of these domains. Next slide. So just again, as a quick overview, all of our sites bring together multi-level teams. So these are teams of 6 to 8 people that include a senior level leader as well as frontline staff and also someone who's tracking and monitoring data. They're supported by guides from the National Child Welfare Workforce Institute who meet with them, who meet with teams as teams meet regularly, who support them in our live learning sessions. And the shared learning environment we found is really critical so that teams share not just within their organization, but also across. So they learn different strategies from what's happening in other areas of the country. We focus on this collaborative change framework, and again, all of our sites really do this model of improvement where they're collecting actual data and using it to make informed decisions. So I think I went a little over time. I apologize, and I will turn it over to my colleague.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Is it Carolyn or Caroline?
It is Caroline. Thank you for
Caroline,
asking.
okay.
Like my least favorite Neil Diamond song, that Caroline.
Okay, welcome to the podium.
Thank you, Vice Chair Concanon and Ranking Member Faust-Godot. We'll thank Chair Gossage when she comes back. Really appreciate the invitation to present about the Kansas application of what we're doing. And I also have slides, if you'd be able to share them. Thank you. But just as a quick background, my name is Caroline Hastings, and I'm a social worker serving as the Northeast Regional Director right now. I started my career about 17 years ago in child protection here in Topeka. So on the next slide, we will show all of our 6 regions. And the 2 regions that are doing this project are Northwest. So that would include your North Central District, Vice Chair Concanon, and Pamela Beach is the regional director there. She couldn't join us. And then the Northeast and the light green, I share territory with Senator O'Shea's Topeka district. And then for everyone else that isn't included in our map here, we're going to take all the good things that worked and share with the regional directors there. And we won't waste your time with our flops, okay? You just get the good stuff. Next slide, please. So as Robin said, NICWE was very intentional in asking us to create teams that can create change at all levels. So our senior leader for both teams is Deanne Dinkle. And then in the Northeast, we have a child protection worker, a supervisor, we have someone from HR, we have our administrators, and then also our student service supervisor. Crystal works with her practicum students from KU and Washburn and K-State. And then the Northwest has a very similar makeup, except they also invited St. Francis Ministries to join and someone from Fort Hays State University. So go Tigers as we change slides. Thank you. So I'm just going to quickly go over the initial experiments that we're trying. So the first one is how we are exploring secondary trauma. So we have one supervisor who wanted to focus on learning more and processing more about secondary trauma with her workers. So for the DO and the Plan Do Study Act, we will try it for 3 to 6 weeks with the ultimate goal of reducing the burnout and stress that Robin talked about. For a study, since we're not research professors like she is, we're just going to ask the supervisor and the worker how things were going, and then act. If it works, we will scale it up. And as a spoiler, the supervisor already likes it so much, so she's starting to try it with her new hires. Next slide, please. This is our Plan, Do, Study, Act that is my most favorite. We're doing stay interviews. So a stay interview is like a cousin to an exit interview, but we're getting the information when it can be more useful. Like we're talking to employees, asking them what works, how they feel about things, and then we can apply to make things better. And I completed these with all of our child protection supervisors. And Ashley Lang is working on them with our workers. But the data that we've gotten has been both really affirming, but then also thought-provoking. So I really appreciate staff that take the time to think through these questions. One challenging bit of information we got was that people want more check-ins on hard times. They want someone to stop and ask how they're doing. So we as leadership can intentionally do that more. And then the last multifunctional thing, which makes it my favorite, is at the end of each section, we're asking what could we try to improve different sections, and then we could do that into more future experiments. And then as a third example, I want to share something that our Northwest team is doing. They are creating and implementing resilience buddies. So they're pairing up with someone they feel comfortable talking to, and rather than focusing on cases, they're focusing on their own psychological safety and well-being. So for the study step, they'll ask about that, and then again for ACT, if it works, we'll scale it up and share with the rest of the state, and if it doesn't, we will try something else and modify. So, in conclusion, I just want to share a little bit of data. As of this week, my region only has 2 of our 42 child protection specialist positions that are vacant. And that's down from a peak of where we were in March of 2022 at 17. So I've been really pleased with our progress on child welfare recruitment and retention. And I also want to thank this committee and the legislature as a whole for your support of both the market rate adjustments and focus on positive workplace culture. It really gives us the ability to provide better services to people in Kansas. I would be happy to stand for questions with Robin now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline and Robin. Committee, what questions do we have? Okay, Senator Faustido.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you. I love your voice.
It's been wobbling a little bit because I'm nervous.
Oh, no, it's perfect.
Thank you.
So I just want to ask, what does it look like to you, the culture piece, the diversity and inclusion? And Madam Chair, everyone, I'll just make I'll say this one last time. I think I finally got it. I used to share this with real passion. However, today, I'll say it like this. I think we have to be intentional to be inclusive. I think as a Black woman, sit here, I think we need the people in the audience, you have to be intentional to make sure that someone of color is sitting out there with you so that they can then take back and help to implement, and they have that understanding. Because a lot of times, me as the only black person in the room today, sometimes I say things and I don't think anybody else in the room really gets it. However, if you make sure that a social worker, a director of welfare, DCF, foster care, and make sure they're in the room so that they can help carry back the message and provide the needs that are so desperately needed for those children we all love and support and are here to help have great lives. Thank you.
Welcome.
But how does that look to you? We say it a lot in these meetings, but how is that implemented? How does it look to you?
Sure. So I think as a region that we're doing better at representing people from all skin colors, from all that can speak more than one language, and that could make our Kansas families feel like we understand them. I very much think that it's something that we can continue to do better. And one of the fantastic parts about the NICWE work is that they are strong leaders in representing the racial equity, and we are learning a whole lot from them. Welcome.
Committee, are there other questions? Yes, Senator Representative Ruiz.
It's not so much a question as it is a statement. I'm just so happy to see something being done regarding supervision, the quality of the supervision. This has been much needed for such a long time, and I think with a program like this going on and this type of support that is being given to workers and supervisors, I think we're going to see such a difference, and hopefully, you know, be able to retain, you know, more staff. But yeah, I'm just thankful to hear this. Thank you.
I have a question. So I didn't quite get, because it wasn't in our slides, you were pleased there at the end about retention. Could you give us that data one more time?
Sure. So I have in my Northeast region, so that green area that Senator O'Shea and I share, we have 42 child protection specialist positions. Our peak of number of vacancies was 17, and that was back in March of 2022. And right now we only have 2. So we are very happy. And if you know anyone in this area that are looking for child protection work, I have 2 vacancies.
Mm-hmm. So you have 2 vacancies, you say? Mm-hmm. And when you're looking for people in these vacancies, given what was just discussed here this morning, are you looking for a good background, people who have had experience, et cetera? That would be placed primary, right?
Right, correct.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Committee, we are right near the end of our schedule for today, and I want to say thank you to those who have testified, the conferees this morning, and also tell you that our lunch has been prepared for us prepared by, I think, Chick-fil-A, but has been provided to us by the Association of Community Mental Health Centers, and thank you so much for that. Your food is ready. We'll bring our food back in, give us a couple of minutes to take a few bites, and then we'll start at 12:30.
that we have found either supported, unsupported, and whether we've made recommendations or not. As you look at the number of complaints that have been coming in, you'll see that they've been fairly steady in regards to the formal complaints that we've received both in Q1 and Q2. And then just the general, when we look at, there may be complaints that we didn't actually open. But if you look at that second column in the middle, there may have been a resolution reached with assistance. So we may not have opened a formal investigation, but we were able to provide some level of assistance to assist the person who brought the concern to us to reach a resolution. And then at the bottom, you'll just note really just the categories of primary and top concerns. And again, I don't think any of these are going to be a surprise to the committee this afternoon. The first one, when we look at the types of those complaints, agency conduct, I think it was really encouraging to hear regarding the Workforce Collaborative. We hoped that some of those new initiatives will be able to address a lot of those concerns that we're hearing with the division regarding some of the agency conduct. And when we think about burnout and what the culture looks like for our workforce. You'll also note that one of the concerns that we receive is failure to provide a child with adequate medical or mental health services. As we think about the array of services across our state, we continue to hear from folks that their children and the families are not receiving the adequate medical and mental health services. So that's an area that we want to continue to see improved and initiatives take place here in the state. And another primary area that we often hear about is the lack of support or services for foster parents. And you're going to hear in a moment from Brooke Town, who's one of our case analysts, a little bit more about the information and feedback that we received from our former foster parent survey. And a lot of that information is in relation to some of those supports that our foster parents are asking for. As we receive the concerns and complaints, it involves a lot of different entities. And so when we think about the area, you'll see a map of Kansas that shows the different regions.
Excuse me just one moment. We're all scrambling on our computers to try to find what you're looking at up here so that we could stay with you.
Sure.
And I see several or two from KDCA, but I don't see either that's what you're looking at.
So the numbers that I was talking from just a moment ago are reflective on the at-a-glance statistics. So I think that was up there a moment ago.
Right, it's up there, but I don't see it in our testimonies. Did you? Okay. Is it coming? All right. Please go ahead, and we'll quit scrambling and pay more attention to what you're saying.
That's okay. I apologize
Thank you,
for
Carrie.
that confusion. I think, so there was the statistics at a glance that I was just speaking from, and then I was moving to the map that just gives you an idea of the regions that during second quarter, the complaints that we have received thus far for second quarter. And we provided a similar map for first quarter the last time I spoke with the committee. So that just gives you an idea of what parts of the state we're receiving concerns, formal concerns or complaints from. In those complaints, a number of different groups are identified. And so obviously DCF is one entity that's often named in the concern. Also the case management provider is also named in the concern, but they may not be the primary entity that the concern is around. So oftentimes we hear complaints about the courts or how law enforcement is responding. Or how the mental health center is not providing the adequate services or is not working with their family or they can't get in. So as we look at these cases and these complaints, they're very complex and we have a lot of systems that are overlapping. So as the division, we're coming at it from that neutral perspective and looking at how the interplay is happening in all of those cases. And so I think Secretary Howard, named it in that we have a lot of different agencies that are interplaying, whether it's KDADS or KDHE. We've received, a number of concerns that involve our MCOs now, and how some of those decisions are impacting our youth in care. We also have, I don't recall who raised the question about birth certificates. We have a number of cases where access to getting those birth certificates timely is impacting timely permanency for our youth. So really, I wanted to spend most of the time this afternoon to really delve into the former foster parent survey. We know that placement stability and access to adequate placements across our state is a major barrier for our children, and it's part of the settlement. It's something that our agencies are continuing to work on, and there's a lot of initiatives. This committee in particular had really voiced a lot of concern, and it asked our division to reach out to those number of foster homes that had closed. And so we had initiated that survey. We provided the preliminary report, and hopefully you have received the formal report earlier this, or I guess at the end of last week maybe. So if you haven't had time to go through that, I would encourage you to read through it. There's some statistics in there, but I also think that the areas to really that have a lot of voice are the quotes that we've included, the actual voices from our former foster families that are within that report. I think they're very telling, and I hope that can guide some policy and practice changes moving forward. And to share more information about the former foster parent survey, which really was a team effort by our team of 5 with our division. And I appreciate all of the hard work that they put into this. But the individual who really took lead with our division in helping us pull that survey together and really putting it together as Brooktown. So I want to give her the opportunity to share with the committee this afternoon the information that we gleaned and provide some recommendations. So Madam Chair, if I can ask Ms. Town to come up and share with the committee.
And we received the email committee, so you should be able to look at it more closely. It's just so hard, Carrie, when we have the data that's so tiny, and we're used to being able to see it here. But we have it now, no fault of yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and committee. Like Carrie said, my name is Brooktown, and really I'm here to just provide a very high-level overview of the foster parent survey report. That report that you all received is about 40 pages, and so definitely not going to go into it in too much detail here. But the survey itself was a culmination of a lot of work and really kind of started with testimony that you all received last fall about a 500 foster home deficit. There had been about overall 500 homes that we had lost in the state. And so we worked with the Department for Children and Families, KDHE, and Children's Alliance to kind of figure out who those homes were that had closed and sent a survey to them. And we actually sent an online survey to about 2,400 foster homes or email addresses and had a response rate of about 25%. So we felt like that was a pretty decent response rate. And then we followed up with about half of those respondents who had consented to a follow-up phone call. And so we reached out to all of them and really combined those interviews with the survey data and found about 4 themes that really seemed to emerge. One more. You're good. So those 4 themes that we saw were really with regard to training, communication, respect, and then support. Most of our foster parents that responded to the survey found that their pre-service training, so that lengthy training that they take ahead of time, they found that to be pretty adequate. The place where they really struggled or raised concern was with regard to the in-service training or training while they were licensed that they needed for each renewal year. Foster parents seem to struggle with finding and selecting and enrolling in trainings that met specific needs to their family. With communication, foster parents all stated that, a lot of foster parents stated that they had struggles with communication prior to children being placed in the home. So receiving enough information about the needs or behaviors of a kiddo and how to meet that child's needs. These foster parents, there were a few that stated that they felt that placing agencies or case management teams deliberately withheld information so that they would accept placement. And so it was hard for us to determine, based on those conversations, whether that was a matter of case managers not having the information due to a lack of documentation or new kids coming into care, or if it really was deliberate. We also found that foster parents had concerns about communication during the time children were placed in the home. So they had concerns with reaching case teams or other professionals. And then they also stated that they were struggling with having to repeat the same information to various members of the team. So it felt like the team as a whole, so the guardian ad litem, the courts, the CASA, the case manager, the therapist, weren't talking to one another. And so the foster parent was having to do that individually. With regard to respect, we really heard from a lot of foster parents that they felt like their opinions, their suggestions, their thoughts about the children and their needs were often discounted or completely ignored. Foster parents really wanted to be treated like professionals. And our survey data really kind of mirrors a lot of the research that we've seen, where foster parents want to be treated like another professional. They see these kids day in and day out and feel like they really know a lot more about them. And then finally, with support, there was a large group of things that came under that support tab. So foster parents struggled with respite care, so getting a brief break. So where I can send my kids to grandma's house, foster parents struggle a little bit with that as far as regulations go. And we're, often told, hey, find your own respite, or go to Facebook or some other social media to find it for yourself. With childcare, we know that that's a statewide issue. Like, it's not unique to foster parents. However, foster parents raised concerns about the payment method, creating additional barriers for them. And then mental health care. So foster parents really struggled with getting kids adequate care, long wait lists, finding in-network providers. And then once they did, they would struggle with agency connections for getting consents signed, getting timely referrals, and those things. And then finally, with support, it was just kind of an overall lack of agency support. So almost half of the foster parents that we surveyed listed agency support as one of the reasons that they closed their license. And this was anything from lack of return phone calls to when they called and talked with the worker about a specific issue, they didn't feel like they were given any real resources or ideas on how to work through it. So we didn't provide formal or robust recommendations like we typically do in our individual investigations, and really because there's so many players involved, it'd be very difficult to do that. So we instead focused on recommendations for places that the state and stakeholders can begin to do additional research on how they want to make change. We tried to provide recommendations for each of the 4 themes, but there were a couple that kind of stood out that didn't fall neatly into one of those themes. And so we did make a recommendation that the state investigate doing a kind of current survey with current foster parents. So kind of like the stay interviews that were talked about earlier, looking at talking with foster parents today and seeing, what's going right and what can we improve before they actually leave. We also talked about, in the report, made a recommendation that we look at the restrictions on the number of children residing in the foster home. So we heard from a couple of foster parents that said, I would have kept fostering, but I adopted my 6th child, and now I have too many kids under 16 and I can no longer be licensed. And so there are a number of states that have policies around larger families and allowing for some variance there. And so just kind of encouraging the state to look at that and research if there's some leeway. And then we also recommended that DCF explore the regulations that allow families to hold both a foster home license and a home daycare license. Currently, that's not allowed without some pretty strong exceptions. And so it may increase capacity on both, for both foster families and childcare. So when it comes to the specific themed recommendations with training, we really looked at encouraging the state to implement some sort of training plan for families. So this would be something that foster families would discuss with their licensing worker and kind of identify the specific trainings that they might want to take over the course of the year. Currently, there's not a strong requirement for what families take in their 8 hours of in-service training. And so this might help kind of encourage them to find specific trainings. Communication, we really kind of looked at the Child Welfare League of America and their current recommendation that all children coming into care should have a screening, a brief screening within the first 24 hours. This would help foster families who are taking those new into care kiddos kind of know a little more about the kiddos they're receiving. And so we encourage the state to research bringing their policy in line with that recommendation. We also recommended that DCF review the policies around icebreaker meetings. So these are meetings that have been rolled out statewide that are held between removal caregivers and foster parents. But we found that sometimes they're declined by the natural parent, especially when your kiddos are first coming into care. Maybe they're upset, they're mad, they don't want to do it. And so creating policy that might encourage those meetings to happen more frequently or at later points in the case. So with respect, we are aware, and like DCF Secretary Howard talked about earlier, starting to implement the pieces of HB 2024 that really looks at that foster parent bill of rights. And so we're excited to kind of watch as that develops and as those pieces are more well-known and grow across staff. And then finally, with support, we recommended that the state look at implementing respite-specific licenses. So these licenses might have different capacity requirements. They might have different training requirements, but they would still have the same safety and background check requirements. And with that, I thank you. And Carrie and I would be happy to stand for any questions.
Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for either one of you, because Carrie, I think you mentioned that this was emailed to us. I can't find it and don't recall seeing it. Who would have sent that out?
I believe Natalie.
Okay.
The report itself?
The report itself.
Yeah, so that was emailed.
Okay. I can search under Natalie's name. I was looking under your name, so. So we didn't get anything last week. Okay.
Are we talking about the same thing? Maybe you were saying something was emailed out. We were both thinking it was from earlier, like a report that went out earlier.
He had sent the larger 40-page plus report prior to our testimony. So it would have gone out last Thursday to Natalie. But if she wasn't able to forward it, we can make sure and either resend it. We're also going to make sure that it's posted on our website as well.
The full 44 pages is in our testimony, but she just emailed out with the short statistics of complaints.
Thank you, Representative.
Testimony. Is it under the S drive?
It's in the file, yes, from this morning, the June 29th folder.
So
ADCA former foster parent
she
survey.
just emailed us the 2 pages, but this. Okay, so Natalie tells us that all 3 of those testimonies were there. We just couldn't find the name. So I think we're good. But I agree with Representative Concanon. I misunderstood when you were speaking that I thought it was emailed out like a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, I don't remember seeing that. So
I
we got you now.
apologize for the confusion.
You emailed it to Natalie, who forwarded it to us today. Okay, so we're all on the right page. Committee, other questions for either of our representatives from the Child Advocate? Yes, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for each of you. So, Carrie, just briefly, so a person calls your office, they submit that complaint, and then you investigate the complaint, and then you do what?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So we, when we receive complaints, primarily they come in through our online complaint form. Our office administrator then reaches out to that individual directly to gather some additional information. And then from that point, we staff it as a team to see if it falls essentially within the scope of what our division is able to handle at this point and what is within the executive order. So if it doesn't fall within scope, that's those cases where we will oftentimes try to still refer them to whatever agency or entity, resource, whatever it is that would be able to assist that individual. If it is within scope, then we're really looking at sending out the notice to the entities, whether it's DCF, the CMPs, that we're opening an investigation, as well as to the individual. We're requesting records from each of those entities and gathering more information. If there are steps along the way based on that complaint that really involve us either attending a meeting or making a phone call or pulling people together, then those are the steps that we're taking along the way as we're continuing to investigate that complaint.
Very good. And then, Madam Chair, is your name Brooke?
Yes, ma'am.
So your communication piece, so communication from the foster parent to the agencies or both?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It really is both. It's the communication that we heard from our survey respondents. The concerns were how much information they were receiving from the CMPs and the placing agencies. And then during placement, it was really about their ability to reach out if they had a concern, and then how all of the different people were sharing information. And so it was really kind of that combined piece.
Madam Chair, so who would be the hub to help disseminate that information to all the interested parties?
It really varies. It seems like it varies from agency to agency and case to case how they handle things. But I think by and large, the foster parents that we spoke with felt like it would be better if there was kind of one central meeting where that information was shared, or if the case manager was better able to share that information with, the courts and the therapists and various folks.
Well, Madam Chair, I love Brooke now because that's what I think would be so helpful. I've heard year after year similar statements, so I hope that gets implemented. Thank you.
I've heard Senator Faustido say before, and we both look at each other and nod often, and that is, I didn't say nod off, just make sure everybody understands. Often we nod. But but both saying it would be lovely, she mentioned a card earlier, be lovely for legislators, because we get these calls and emails all the time, help me, I don't know where to turn. And of course, we always say, did you check with, have you talked? I did. They said they can't help me. Wait a minute, they should at least direct you to somebody else. So if we have, this issue, then you need to contact them, or that issue, you need to contact them, it would be extremely helpful for us. And I know she's been asking, Senator Faustido's been asking for this for several years now, so that would be very helpful. I would just like to follow up and give you the opportunity that we gave Secretary Howard, if you were listening this morning, to address, not necessarily directly about each case, but what can you do about this? Do you welcome them to come and talk to you about it? Do you know if because we saw 4 hands go up that they reached out to the child advocate, but yet they're here today with concerns?
No, I very much, I appreciate the opportunity to respond to that, Chair Gossage. We welcome their voice. And so we oftentimes encourage individuals who have contacted our division to also still reach out, and we share about the Joint Committee and the work that you're all doing. Because we think that hearing those specific stories are powerful. And, we need to use data. We need to have that guide us in our policies and our practices, but I also don't want us to lose that human voice and those experiences in the midst of all that data. So I appreciate their willingness to share their difficult stories here today. And we always encourage people to reach out to our office. And, you know, it may be a situation where we've opened a case investigation. We may have actually provided a report and let them know whether it's supported, unsupported, and what recommendations are. We may have provided some advocacy along the way if it was an open case. In those cases that are, you know, maybe outside of our scope or older, they're still important stories to hear and important things that we need to listen and hear from and learn from so that we can be doing better.
And would you, I'll ask you the same question, would you be willing to set up a time to meet with them here today so they felt like their coming today leads to something? Let me tell you what we would like to hear in this committee. We would like to hear people come and testify as a conferee and say, we had this issue, this issue, this issue, but thankfully, we went to the child advocate, and through their help, we were able to resolve this, 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 and this. Would be lovely to be able to hear these things. That's the whole reason we set up the child advocate position. Thank you so much for being here. Committee, do we have any other questions? That's a nod. I just got a nod from Senator Faustido. All right. Committee, thank you so much for being here, both of you. And we're ready for case management provider updates. We're going to begin, you have 7 minutes each, and give us plenty of time for questions. We're going to start with Justin Horton, who's the Chief's Program and Innovation Officer for Cornerstones of Care. Thank you for being here, Justin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see everybody again. Yes, I represent Cornerstones of Care, which is a trauma-informed care organization. I'm going to be a little bit more blunt with that today. I've been subtle in the past, but each of the entities in Kansas is created equal via grant, policy, procedure, statute, but we truly are the only one that is a certified trauma-informed agency through the sanctuary model. So much of what I hear today from the speakers in this sort of culture about us versus them and we need change and how do you address toxic culture, that's an investment we've made as an organization. And this is not to sit on a high horse and not to say we're perfect and we don't stub our toe or that we're better than anybody else. It's not to speak disparagingly about them. It's to lift up something that we've invested millions of dollars in over the last 10 years is truly a culture of how to communicate and how you treat each other. It's this simple lens of not what's wrong with you, but what happened to you or what didn't happen to you. A partnership approach. It's very clear to us when we're working, when we hire an employee or we work with other agencies who are not trauma-informed, they stand out as bad actors. That's what a culture does for you. It provides that foundation where every one of my team members can talk to you about Sanctuary, and that is so collaborative with our wide initiatives of being welcoming, inclusive, diverse, and equitable that we only represent about 2.5% of the foster homes in the state, which isn't great, but our staff have an expectation of how they approach problems and how you heal when you stub your toe. And if you do something wrong, how you heal that and the approach that you take. So it gives us tools, gives us training. Representative Ruiz, we use a self and supervision forum in our supervision. So aside from the case specifics, we address safety of our team members, emotion management, loss, and future. So it really does take the concept of providing services to the next level of the approach that we expect our staff to take. So I could spend all day on that, but I wanted to just drop that line to you, and it becomes a living, breathing thing for us. So that being said, Chair, last time you had asked for a more detailed map of where we do our services, so I provided that to you this time. It gets a little busy as you layer on services, multiple services in a county, but family preservation in 25 counties, foster care in 3, behavioral intervention or placement stability in 6, and then 48 counties we do therapy, and 1 county of transitional living. So truly the bulk of our work is really in communities and homes doing prevention work. Pulling that thread on family preservation, you can see we're the provider in the East region on page 2 of my testimony. Just some data there to give you some perspective. Since I spoke to you last in March, April and May, we had a combined 68 total referrals, successful case closure of 81% in April and 90% in May, and preventing kids from coming into foster care at a rate of 94%, 98%. And then satisfaction surveys, we ask our families how we're doing with them, and the general response is 100% or 94%, with the viewpoint that we help them meet their needs. So that's about 35 staff statewide, and we have 2 vacancies, and we have about 130 cases open right now. For foster care case management, I'm happy to say that we continue a downward trend of the number of children in care in Area 5, which is Wyandotte, Leavenworth, and Atchison. In my testimony, I have 579, but we received some updated information on Tuesday. After I submitted my testimony, we're down to 575. That's a 31% reduction since we took over the contract in October of 2019. My alluding earlier to not being perfect, we didn't provide foster care in Kansas until 2019. We had no infrastructure for foster care. So that sanctuary trauma-informed care model has been around in the agency for 10 years, but really in our foster care team only 3 years, as we transitioned a lot of people over taking that. So I've been in this position, it'll be a year in September. My role in this is to put leaders in place who embrace trauma-informed care, embrace equity, diversity, inclusion, so that then translates into our staff and into our families. So we've been doing great strides in reducing the number thanks to our community partners. But for me, I can't go back 3 years. It's really sort of year 1 since September, October for me, and setting that infrastructure in place. And so we're really excited about where we're going, the work we're doing. Again, things can change. Next time I'm here, you may have 7 people lined up to complain about cornerstones of care. They weren't here today. We had 0 complaints on the map from the child advocate. That could be an anomaly, but I hope it's the roots taking of our sanctuary model of trauma-informed care with the team members that we do have, and not an anomaly. Caseload sizes, we've been able to hire a few people since I was here last time. We're down to 13.40 as an average of our 42 case-carrying staff, which is within accreditation standards. We continue to have not had any office sleepers since January 12th, something that we unfortunately led the state in this fiscal year, but since January have been the least amount of kids sleeping in an office. Something that was brought up last time in March, there was a dialogue around education and training of people who do this work, so I wanted to give you the information for Cornerstones of Care and directly address that for you. So you have in my testimony to you a breakdown of bachelor's, master's, Juris Doctor, and this is a breakdown of anyone who's sort of a foster care case manager, a supervisor, or a director or an executive director. So 59% bachelor, 36% master's, and 2 Juris Doctorate. And then I won't go through it, but on the next set of data, you have the degree major information. And this is a holistic list. There's no outliers of 1 or 2 degrees here. Thank you, 1 minute left. So from child and family development to sociology, and then the breakdown of what areas of focus our folks have their masters in. Closing with training, I just listed out for you every single training that our staff take. That could be orientation training. You'll see the trauma-informed care sanctuary model. It could be Kansas-specific training. So some of the things you hear, are they trained in this? They are. And then the annual training that we have, I know ethics came up last time. So ethics, even if they're not a licensed clinical social worker, even if they didn't go to school for social work, they still receive ethics training. So I wanted to give you the laundry list of training that they have to take prior to even carrying a case, and then what is available to them and mandatory on an annual basis moving forward. We do coaching cohorts, so we bring them together after they've started carrying cases and try and have them come as a group for a group training model. We train our managers. You don't just become a manager, you're trained on how to be a manager as well as managing for supervision for doing child welfare. And then lastly, something on the horizon, we're building a physical space that we're calling a simulation lab. There is no, that I'm aware of, no degree out there that trains someone how to be a state case manager. They can train you how to be a social worker and how to be a therapist, but there is no training model out there. So we get people often, it's their first job, their first career, time is up, and they don't know what they're walking into. So we're setting up a simulation lab to give them that real world experience with actors and trainers to go through what it is to do a safety plan with a family or home visit, things like that. So we're excited to keep learning and keep moving forward.
Thank you so much, Justin. And committee, we will have time for questions at the end. And so, Justin, I'm sure if there are a couple of points you weren't able to make, you might be able to do that during the question and answers. And thank you for your thorough report.
Appreciate it.
And next we have Jeanette Owens, the Chief Child Welfare Officer for DCCCA. Welcome, Jeanette.
Thank you, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Kincannon, Ranking Member Foscato, and members of the committee. I appreciate your time today. My name is Jeanette Owens, and I'm the Chief Child Welfare Officer at DECA. I'm going to briefly talk to you just about family preservation and then move on to our child placement agency information, and then just close with one continued area of need that we're focusing on. In family preservation, I've shared previously, we have 2 regions, which is 10 counties in Wichita and 5 counties in Kansas City. We continue to put a lot of work into our evidence-based practice START, which stands for Sobriety Treatment and Recovery Teams. And that model brings in a dyad approach where we have an individual that works alongside the case manager that has lived recovery experience, as well as been involved with the child welfare system themselves. And what we've continued to find in START is the outcome of having that peer mentor walk alongside our family preservation families that have had substance use needs makes a significant impact on their beliefs that they can accomplish recovery and that they can safely take care of their children. And so we're really excited to continue to see the positive outcomes. We're 3 years in now with that. And so there's our current active number of families in testimony of 203, and then our caseloads are there in testimony as well. But one of the things that in speaking about START is earlier you heard about the Family First Prevention Services changing July 1. We are really excited to be expanding START. It'll expand into the Topeka area of several counties up here, and you'll see that in testimony, and then into the southeast area with several counties by Pittsburgh. I want to share just one story today, and I'll do that with our START, specifically just to kind of share what some of our workers work through with families. And so in this case, I'm going to change just a couple of the details for confidentiality, but about a decade ago, one of our current families gave birth to their 3rd child that was positive for meth, and all the 2 previous children had also been positive at birth. Fast forward to about a year ago, we received a referral for this family, and so part of the referral was that they had chronic substance use needs or treatment needs. And when we first got that referral, our workers went to work to find mom. The babies had been safely placed, or the children had been safely placed with kin in a respite type place, but we couldn't find mom. And so our workers spent hours trying to search for her. And sometimes they would find her and she would be actively using at that time where we couldn't do specific services when she was unwilling. And other times she was able to take a step towards improvement. We got to the 6th month of our referral, which in family preservation is our tier 2 time. And so as a team, we met with DCF and other providers and determined that, you know what, this mom needs a second referral. And so that second referral was made, and the 6 months for that second referral is up, I think, in 2 weeks. And mom has been clean and sober, had her children with her back from kin for almost 3 months now. So we're really, really excited to see. It's not always easy. It's really messy, but when it works out that way, and sometimes it takes a second referral even, but when it works out that way for that successful outcome. So I wanted to share that. I'll switch over to our child placement agency service, and I really appreciate the conversations that happen during these meetings, because there's so much, there's so many needs around the child welfare system, and when we're talking about foster care and foster parents' needs, I always really appreciate the discussions that come through that. DECA, we're currently at 392 foster homes, and we have 58 staff. as you guys know, when we're talking about child welfare and we get to talk about significant wins, those don't always happen. We talk a lot about how do we enhance, how do we fix, but a significant win that we're really, really excited about as an agency is as we look at our number of foster homes and we look at their longevity, we're over 6.5 years average for our foster homes. Nationwide, that number is hard to find. You'll hear a year, you'll hear 2 years. Sometimes you'll hear it stretched to 3. You don't hear 6.5 as an average. So we're really thankful that our families have stuck with it that long and worked through to be able to continue to provide placement stability for kiddos in care. The other thing I wanted to share about our child placement agency enhancements is this month, June 1, we rolled out a new system to notify parents, foster parents of kiddos that currently need placement. We have worked with a IT company that has made a app so they can get the information faster. And while we don't place that way, it does allow them to let us know if they're interested in hearing more quicker. So our hope is that again reduces time for kids waiting to have a placement. And I'll wrap up by just sharing, and you've heard it before today, and you've heard it a lot today, our continued need for those mental health services and community resources to wrap around the system. And we're hopeful the additional things being put into place will help mitigate some of those concerns. So thank you again for your time today and all of the work you do for Kansas kids and families.
Thank you so much. And next committee, we have Angela Hedrick, who's the Vice President of Operations for KVC Kansas. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Angela Hedrick, Vice President of Operations for KVC Kansas. We are the foster care case management provider in catchment areas 3 and 6. As mentioned earlier today, DCF released the request for proposal for foster care case management earlier in May, and we look forward to the opportunity to continue being a case management provider in Kansas. With this new contract comes the opportunity to further improve our services, and we're excited about the opportunity to propose innovative ideas and make a stronger investment in Kansas families. The opportunities for improvement that we have dedicated ourselves to and that we encourage others to advocate for and to support include ensuring safety of youth are assessed prior to removal, and that prevention services are offered to eliminate unnecessary family separations. We know that about 37% of all removals occur without involvement of DCF. This prevents the opportunity for those families to get connected to prevention services. So we know that decreasing referrals that occur without DCF involvement will help ensure that families receive a thorough assessment of their needs and an opportunity to be connected to those prevention services and community-based services. Fully funding foster care prevention services to keep more families connected at home with a safe care provider at home and out of foster care and juvenile detention centers. We know that current funding for family preservation has remained stagnant for about 12 years. We know that youth do their best at home with community-based support when a safe caregiver is available and avoiding the complicated factors inherent within foster care. Ensuring foster parents and other caregivers have access to needed services and supports such as counseling and addiction services. Improving the system of care for high acuity youth with complex needs such as mental health concerns, substance abuse, and developmental needs. And then ensuring that the funding streams are adequately utilized and that those systems are working in coordination with one another. And then increasing investment in child welfare workforce recruitment and retention. To provide an overview of our referrals and permanencies over the past 12 months, KVC has received 679 referrals for children for out-of-home care, and 704 children have reached permanency through KVC services. I included in my testimony a breakdown of how those children reached permanency, but to provide a broader overview, in fiscal year 22, 52.3% of youth in KVC services reached permanency through reintegration, and 28.9 reached permanency through adoption or custodianship. So that just gives you a general idea. We do continue to work diligently to prevent overnight stays in offices. It is something that we continue to focus on every day. It's something that we continue to struggle with. We have had homes that we sponsor provide standby beds. We've had at least one situation where a youth has, the family has opted out of the network because they have decided to keep that youth long-term, which we consider a success. We've had other families who have, because of their own personal circumstances, have decided that it's not a good fit for their family. And then we also provide a standby bed through our residential facility. Anytime an instance of an overnight stay in an office occurs, we do notify DCF immediately, and then we staff that situation with DCF to see how could we work through this, what options do we have, and how can we reach placement stability for that particular youth. With regard to data on caseload sizes, our staffing pattern includes a caseload ratio of 15 children per case manager for reintegration, 1 to 25 for adoption workers, and 1 to 28 for aftercare workers. I included current caseload sizes within my testimony. Any temporary deviation from that includes a situation where we have a position posted, we're interviewing, or maybe a worker has already been hired and they're in the training phase. With regard to missing and runaway youth, we continue to have 2 dedicated missing youth specialists who are focused on developing relationships with youth who are at risk for running behaviors. Often youth are older. However, we have had some recent situations where youth have not been located but have been referred from DCF to KVC for services. So the youth were actually not in DCF's physical custody. So we had some younger children show up on our missing youth list. When that situation happens, our missing youth specialists work in coordination with DCF and law enforcement to locate those children. But I did want to bring that to your attention because it is a deviation from what we typically see. With regard to workforce recruitment and retention, we continue to focus, this is a strong area of focus for KVC, focused on recruiting and retaining a diverse and engaged workforce. We just actually completed at the beginning of June our every 6 months, we do the Gallup Q12 survey. It's our measure of engagement with staff. For KVC Kansas, we had a 91% response rate, which is fantastic response from our staff. It's really the catalyst for conversations with our staff members about how are they feeling, what can we do better, what are areas for improvement, just keeping the lines of communication open with our staff. We also wanted to share that we had one of the best ways that an organization can measure how supportive an agency culture is to look at the work well-being score. This score is established by Indeed, which is the #1 job site in the world. And KVC scored as 77, which is very high. From our understanding, this is the top 2% of companies nationwide. So I'd like to direct your attention to that portion of my testimony.
Thank you so much. And you're right on the bell, or the xylophone, as the case may be.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next we have Matt Stevens, and Matt is the Vice President of Advocacy Foster Care Homes with St. Francis. Welcome, Matt.
Good afternoon, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Kincannon, Ranking Member Faust-Godot, and members of the committee. I really want to start by thanking you for all of your time and effort this last legislative session. Lots of very difficult, long hours that you guys put in, and it really showed in some of the legislation got passed, so thank you for that. For those of you who don't know, my name is Matt Stevens. I currently serve as Vice President of Advocacy for St. Francis Ministries. And for those unfamiliar with St. Francis Ministries, we are an independent, not-for-profit that has served Kansas children and families since 1945. Today, really going to talk about our catchment area work or the case management grantee in areas 1, 2, and 7. And so I also included a map from Senator Gossich's previous request. And so you'll see that's a big swath of Kansas. And from a numbers perspective, we're currently serving about 2,800 children in that service, which really equates to about 46% of kids in out-of-home services are currently served by St. Francis Ministries. Through that, obviously, we're really successful as it applies to, or we're only as successful as we're able to provide manageable, workable caseloads. And so we remain committed to ensuring we create an environment where our team members have reasonable caseload size, as that really has been correlated with successful child welfare outcomes. At St. Francis, we employ multiple approaches to reduce the average number of children per caseload. Two of those approaches are really centered around the prevention efforts of children entering the front door, as we discussed earlier today. The front door into child welfare is seen to be a little bit open too wide from outsiders. And so the table below highlights the number of children on caseloads by average, by area, and then by service line. I also want to call your attention that we do use a dyad model, and so that allows our case managers to focus on case management tasks and techniques for higher number of children, while they have a paraprofessional that's also partnered with them to help support those families during those processes. One of the ways that we've really focused on prevention is by utilizing family-centered therapy. It's our prevention model of choice through the FFPSA, and our recent data indicates that 96% of children can safely remain in their homes when they engage in that program. That really helps those children stay where they're at and reduces the trauma associated with removal. In addition, we're very supportive of the work that Secretary Howard talked about earlier, which was those 4 questions. And so in Sedgwick County, we're partnered with DCF as they pilot the 4 question initiatives. And so really quickly, again, those 4 questions that those judges asked: what can we do to remove danger instead of the child? Can someone the child or family knows move into the home to remove the danger? Can the caregiver and the child go live with a relative or kin? Or could that child move temporarily to live with a relative or kin? That really is going to decrease the number of unnecessary removals and allow those kids, again, to escape the trauma associated with removal. In addition, we employ multiple strategies around recruitment and retention. We understand that recruitment is incredibly important, but the ability to retain staff is so crucial because it helps you build on the capacity of those workers. So some of the things that we're doing at St. Francis, we're working very closely with colleges and universities, having us an opportunity to come speak about child welfare and what that professional life might look for those individuals. We also have some paid intern positions. We have a tuition reimbursement policy. We have telework opportunities kind of available by position, an employee recognition program where supervisors and peers can highlight the excellent work done by others. We conduct stay interviews. We have an employee and leadership development opportunities, which include a child welfare certification program and a leadership academy. We have an infant at work policy, which is very popular with not only young mothers, but other folks who like to see babies in the workplace. It really kind of keeps everybody happy. We have some pets at work as well. And then constantly we're doing compensation reviews to ensure that our wages and compensation is competitive in the workforce. On the next page, you'll see our current turnover. That's from calendar year 23, quarter 1. In addition to that work, obviously, St. Francis is a CPA, and so some of our foster care home improvements really focuses around the challenge in recruiting and retaining qualified and capable families to provide care to children at home placements. So one of the few of the things that we've put into place or practice recently include May, we hosted our inaugural meeting of our Foster Parent Advisory Board. We have 12 foster parents who've agreed to meet quarterly with the leaders of our foster care home department as well as our case management department to provide them an opportunity for their voice to be heard. In November, we're actually going to be implementing an EBP to equip staff and foster families for meeting the complex needs of youth. That EBP will provide a coaching model for families serving all levels of care and mitigate the need for higher levels of care. We've also expanded our marketing efforts in specific areas of the state to better support kids with complex needs as they enter our system. And then we continue to engage our communities, our local faith communities, to help provide support to those foster families, making sure that the children stay stable in their placement. And then also we've made some changes and adjustments to our new hiring orientation process that really help us make sure that we stress professionalism. So calling people back once they call. If somebody calls the wrong number and you get a message, making sure that we are reconnecting that person to the right person they need to talk to, because oftentimes phones go unanswered, people left messages, turns out they left it with the wrong person and that person didn't then follow back up. And then also making sure that we understand how important our CPA partners and the foster care home providers are in this work. They're a valuable member of the child welfare management team, and they can really help us get to safety, permanency, well-being for our children. So thank you for the opportunity today. I look forward to standing for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much. Matt, since you're already, or since you're heading back, I just want to say thank you for the details that you listened last time and made sure you put those details in there this time. Thank you. And finally, we have Rochelle Roosevelt, who's the Senior Vice President of Permanency Services with TFI.
Hi, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Kincannon, and Ranking Member Fascadeau, and the committee members. Thanks so much for having me. I'm really thankful for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I'm Rochelle Roosevelt, as Senator Gossage said, and I am the Senior Vice President of Permanency for TFI. TFI is a private, not-for-profit agency. We provide a broad range of child welfare and behavioral health services throughout Kansas, and we have been in operation since the mid-1960s. Our service array includes early intervention to maintain and strengthen families, foster care in both family and residential settings, adoption support, independent living services, aftercare, and case management services. We also have behavioral health services, including outpatient treatment and residential services through our psychiatric residential treatment facility and our qualified residential treatment program. We employ over 515 staff throughout the state. So my written testimony is quite long, and I'm not going to go into all of that detail, so I'm going to kind of move through quickly. So our Family First prevention services, we have 2 levels of, or 3 if you count the Tier 1 and Tier 2 for family preservations. So we provide prevention for at-risk families through Family First. We have served 52 families with 120 children this fiscal year. Family preservation, we provide that service in Western Kansas. We have served 142 Tier 1 families this fiscal year, and Tier 2, which is the longer service period, we've served 183 Tier 2 families. Our PRTF is a 49-bed facility here in Topeka. We serve both males and females between the ages of 6 and 17. And right now we have a census of about 40 kids a day. That's 12 more than where we were in September. Our QRTP is a non-secure residential court-authorized service for kids in DCF custody. We're licensed for 16 beds. We opened that facility in 2020. If you remember when I came in April or whenever we met last, we had suspended placements there to make sure that we were staffing at our PRTF adequately. We are hoping to open that program up by the middle of July, which I'm really excited for. So we provide out-of-home services through the Child Placing Agency. We have 451 foster families, 563 youth in those homes, and 38% of the children in our foster homes are not TFI case management provider kids. This fiscal year, we have opened 131 new homes, and we closed 136, and so that was a net loss of 5 homes. which when I was here before, it was looking like it was going to be a lot more. So we were pretty pleased about that now lost. TFI is a case management provider for 2 designated service areas, areas 4 and 8. We cover 25 counties in southeastern and south central areas of the state. We also have seen a reduction in kids coming in care. This fiscal year so far, we've had 630 referrals, and we have had 679 children achieve permanency. And if you look at the chart, you can see how that's broken out. One of our focus this last quarter was in Area 4. TFI and DCF targeted quite a few children that had an identified adoption resource that we wanted to get finalized. Over 40 adoptions have been finalized in the fourth quarter in that area alone. So we currently have 1,241 children in out-of-home care and 299 children in aftercare. In the testimony, written testimony, I outlined a lot of our state and federal outcomes. And so I would just point out that we've had ongoing success in our relative and kinship. We are exceeding the outcomes and seeing children monthly and seeing them in their placements. We are meeting family-like goals, setting that kids are placed in a family-like setting and that siblings are placed together, and we are also continuing to meet the safety outcome. We are seeing an increase in placement instability in this last quarter. Area 4 has had a move rate of 7.33 for the past 12 months, and Area 8 at 7.14. Both of those are lower than the rates that we had in July of 2020, but they're going up, and so we're really focused and concerned about that. Regarding our caseload size, the written testimony outlines in more detail, but our case managers are carrying just under 25 kids. We also have a dyad model of case manager and support worker. I'm going to move on to the youth that are missing. Our numbers today are 5 children in Area 4, and Area 8 has 4 children missing today. We have had really good outcomes this last quarter as far as not having children in the office. We've had no children in the office this last quarter. For this fiscal year, we've had only 5 children spend one night in the office, and that's about 4% of all the children that have been not been able to be placed in a home overnight. TFI has reviewed the KDCA Foster Parenting in Kansas report, and we see that as a really valuable resource as we look for ways to improve the experience of our foster parents. Our leadership has reviewed the report. We are looking at additional training and supports and processes for our families and staff based on the report. We recognize that the Kansas 16 CPAs, which include the 4 case management providers, have a responsibility to address the pain of fostering, including developing additional respite resources and ensuring staff enhance communication and learn to really value the role of of the foster parent. We also noted that there's a concern about the lack of community resources, and we just note that we are using the resources in the community. If the resources are not there, it's very hard for us to do our work. We really need more and safer access to childcare and community mental health services to address the burdens on foster parents, maintain children in their homes, and return children home quickly. And you have the rest of my testimony, so I'll pause. I'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Committee, this is how we're going to do questions to make sure that we get to everyone. I'm going to start with someone who has a burning question first, and then whoever you call up will then check with the committee to see if they have any other questions of that person, and then we'll go to the next question. Before we begin, I'm going to ask that when you do come up to the microphone, that you bring this data so that I can kind of compare these. One would be the total number of foster kids that you have in your care. How many of those, or a separate number, but I'd like a total, and then how many of those are in family preservation that you're working with currently? How many employees do you have? And what would be your number one greatest concern that we should address? Okay, committee, who would like to begin? Okay, Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question actually would be for everyone, but I think I'd start with Matt, because I like to pick on Matt. Thanks, Matt, for being here. And I'll echo that we appreciate you responding to questions that we had last time. And I appreciate a lot of the work that you are doing in your organization. But we did hear this morning about something with St. Francis specifically regarding social media. And part of having the public, the opportunity for public comment is that there's a lot of foster parents and people involved in the city and in the system that have no opportunity to have a voice anywhere. And that frustration a lot of times spills over into social media. My question is for you and the others is, do you have a policy for your employees on engaging in social media? And do you find, does your, do you find anything positive that could come from that?
So we do have a policy around employees' engagement on social media. So the first answer is yes, that there is a policy around that. So the other question is there anything positive that comes out of it? Social media is such a difficult thing to try to talk through. People can say kind of what they want, sometimes unchecked and sometimes not. And so I'm not a fan of social media. I have some accounts, but I'm on there very little because I don't see a ton of value in interaction and kind of banter back and forth. I can't speak for anybody else necessarily. I can just say that I have not seen anything really positive that can come out of that necessarily. And Senator Gossett, you also wanted to know that the total number. I think it's 2,838 kids. Your next question was family pres, the number of families we're serving in family. We don't have any family preservation contracts, so we have FFPSA, which is different, and I don't have that number off the top of my head as to how many of those are. And then the other question about the number of employees, we have over 1,000 employees in Kansas, but that's going to be spread throughout our residential, obviously the case management grantee, our leadership. I mean, so there's kind of a wider grasp. And so next time I come, I can break that down a little bit by service line just so that you can see kind of, and even location in some ways so that we can figure that out. And I'll bring the FFPSA numbers. I shouldn't have them at the time.
Lastly, was your greatest concern? You don't have to give that to us now, but if you have it, that would be great. Then we'll go back to Representative Concannon's other questions.
I'll let Concannon go, and then I'll think about my greatest concern.
Well, thank you. I'm not done talking about social media.
Okay.
So you said you have a policy. What is your policy?
So here's, I don't have the policy off the top of my head. I know that we have a policy. It's in our human resource book. I can get you a copy, but I can't quote it, and I don't even want to necessarily get into it. So people can engage in social media. It's especially off hours, off time, but not having a policy in front of me right now, I don't want to misquote anything.
Yeah. So I think that the specific part of that I would like to know what your policy is. If it's off time, sure. If it's personal stuff, but as a representation of St. Francis, I would question the appropriateness of that. I don't have, and I would say probably most of us up here don't have a lot of sympathy for having things said about you on social media that maybe aren't true, because we, as politicians, live with that. There might be this much truth to it, and so without getting too deep into it, I personally just ignore when something's said about me, and I'm really interested, and it really bothers me. I actually, back when that statement was said about a funeral, I actually saw that on Twitter at the time and thought how inappropriate that, and it shed a really, I felt like a really bad light on St. Francis at the time. And when others come up, I'd like to know if you have any policy on social media. And thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Baumgardner, you have a question for Matt?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Matt, we started the meeting with testimony from, well, I guess they were third and fourth in testifying from Ashley and Sherry. And what they shared with us was on their brother and son's file, it said goals achieved, child deceased, case closed. That seems very unacceptable in light of the fact that the services through St. Francis, there were no goals achieved. So talk to us about that. And I assume that St. Francis, because they are before us today, is going to be submitting a proposal to be funded by the state to continue to be a contractor for DCF. How will things change with regard to what we heard earlier this morning?
So thank you for that question, Senator. I would have to go back and really review the case and take a look at what forms that they're talking about. So I know for sure it was a family preservation case, and I thought the comment was, well, I just know for a fact we haven't had a family preservation contract for at least the last 5 years. So I need to go back and take a look at what kind of form that we utilize and why we checked it the way that we did, because I'm just unfamiliar with what exactly that would look like.
Well, there were questions, Madam Chair. There were questions about continued billing for services supposedly provided to the family after the loss of their son and brother. And that went to the Attorney General's office, and that was investigated. But have you spoken to Ashley or Sherry since you have gotten there today?
I have not talked to them yet. I'm going to try to grab them and have a conversation with them kind of as we're exiting. And as far as billing, so I wasn't a part of, again, we've not been a part of the most recent Family Pres contract. My understanding of Family Pres contract had historically been, it was kind of paid for, it was a case rate. And so you don't actually put in billable hours per se. You obviously document the work that you're doing, submit that to DCF, but there's not necessarily a monetary piece tied to that funding source.
I think, Matt, that you should spend time with Ashley and Sherry. They're right behind you. I think they've stayed here all day long, and I think that we as a committee also need to have some follow-up from St. Francis on this issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Holscher, did you have a question for Matt?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in total agreement with Senator Baumgardner as far as an appropriate time frame for follow-up on all of these questions. I will point out the fact that, yes, Sherry and Ashley have been here all day. There was a half-hour break for lunch where some of these questions that were asked this morning, I would have thought there would have been time maybe to reach out and gotten a few answers to some of these very, very concerning issues that have been brought forward. I'm going to go back to one of the things that was brought up. I mean, do you have a policy in place that allows for the billing of services that were not rendered, such as attending a funeral that was not attended? I mean, is that appropriate? Is that allowed to bill for services that didn't happen?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. Again, I think when the contract as it was operated back in that time frame, it would have been a case rate. So we're working with the state. They then provide a set, and I don't know what the monetary value was at the time because we're talking about 5 years ago, and I was not even a part of that program at the time. So there was not an individual. You don't get paid per service. So I don't get paid if I go out once or 10 times. I get the same amount for supporting the family during that time period. So it's not about billable hours or they attended something or didn't attend something. and got paid or didn't get paid. My recollection and understanding of that process is that it was all inclusive in what that rate from DCF was as the contract was at the time.
If I may, the other thing that goes through my mind, you all have a residential facility in Salina, correct?
We do.
Okay. There's nothing in Wichita like that, which is a higher population center?
So there are residential facilities in and around Wichita, but St. Francis Ministries does not operate one, no.
Okay. Yeah, and I also agree with Representative Concanon. I'm extremely bothered by somebody contracted through the state putting information out on social media and how that is not a good appearance whatsoever. So I don't know. I do hope that we can, like I said, come to an agreement on what's an appropriate time frame to get answers for these individuals. It's been 5 years. Hopefully maybe a couple weeks. I don't know. But like I said, hopefully we get some answers on these. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have other questions for Matt? Senator or Representative Ruiz?
He wanted to make me a senator. I understand that this was before your time, and so I know this puts you in a kind of a precarious situation, but I would hope that your agency would consider reopening an investigation into this, because this is not resolved, and it's not going to get resolved until your agency resolves it. So, and also regarding the social media, it's appalling. And most agencies do have a policy. I understand you don't have it in front of you, but it goes along a lot with HR kind of, policies where you don't take pictures of clients, patients, you just don't do it, and you don't put it in social media. And that's a fireable offense. I work at a psychiatric hospital, and I can't even look at somebody's chart if they're not my client. So I know there's some checks and balances there, and so I'd be curious to know what your policy is regarding that.
Yeah, and I guess to answer the follow, we definitely are willing to come back and provide whatever sort of information that I gather in the short term, so that I'm more well versed in the conversation that we're having. So again, that's on me and my work to do. Again, we can figure out what that time frame looks like and the best way to do it.
Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is kind of for you and kind of for each of the individuals. So they were talking a lot about employee retention, how to keep staff there and keep them happy. And so question is, what are you doing to help the managers and supervisors of people? So this is the kind of work I do, and we know that 70% of whether or not someone's engaged in their work is their direct supervisor. And so KVC mentioned they use Gallup. That's one of the tools I use. But so kind of for all of you, what are you doing to really pour into managers so you have healthy work environments?
Yeah, so we're doing a couple of different things. They talked about Gallup. We also do an employee engagement survey. We rolled that out for the first time, I think in November. Got the results back in November and had the conversations around there. So trying to make sure that we're giving supervisors the tools that they need. First, we want to figure out how engaged our workforce is to try to move that work forward. And then to your other question, we're only as good as our frontline worker, who's only as good as our supervisor. I mean, we really need strong supervisors who've been in this work for a long period of time, who can help really support and direct our frontline staff. We do have and we've rolled out a leadership academy, and so we take supervisors away from their job, bring them to our corporate campus and spend a couple of days with them, really kind of working through what it means to be a supervisor. Oftentimes people who are really good workers get promoted because they are really good workers, but it's a different skill set. And so making sure that we take the time and energy to let them, see that their job is different, but also show them in ways that they can grow and kind of move that work forward as well. So, leadership is really important for our organization. We continually talk about it. I don't really on an ongoing basis. And like I said, we've invested in a leadership academy to help supervisors and directors better know what their role is and then help fulfill it.
Matt, thank you for being here. So my question, I have two. One is, when you have a situation, whether it be 5 years old, this isn't the first time that we've heard from this family. And in my former position as a district manager for Sylvan Learning Centers, I had hundreds of people under me in 2 states. Lots of times issues never got that high. Did this issue ever, I know it was 5 years ago, but do these issues come to your desk?
So yes and no. So they go higher than I do, so they make it to the chief level. And again, I think these are conversations that have been had. I just don't have the information in front of me today. I wasn't a part of all of those conversations. You know, I will bring that back in my role. I was just not privy to some of those things and not prepared to answer those
What
questions.
I would share with my leaders and directors was that the way an issue festers and people get very upset is when they don't feel listened to. And so on the very lowest level, if people are taught, listen, actually listen, and don't just say, I don't know, that's not me, I'm not the one that can help you, I recommend you go here, 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 but actually like going to Walmart and they go, oh, that's in aisle 25, I'll walk you over there. They've been taught to do that. So, okay, you need help from this department, I will call them with you, or I'll go with you, or let's work on this together. I think would make an abundance of difference because let's be frank, most of the complaints we hear are from St. Francis. We just know that. Granted, you have the largest bulk of the foster families, give you that. The Attorney General's office was mentioned earlier today about this case. I reached out to the Attorney General's office. I have heard back from them, so I will be following up with them regarding that. Would be happy to include you in that discussion. I would like to see this family, all of us on this committee would like to see this family find resolution. As things have just, it's 5 years going on. It's time. Let's give past time to give this family resolution, but not just this family. All of us on this committee receive concerns and complaints all the time. And you want to find resolution for these folks. That card that we talked about would be extremely helpful. Beverly here, Senator Gossage, here is a card from St. Francis. If you have anybody and they're under us, here's who they call, this is who to get in contact with, et cetera, et cetera. That would be very helpful for us to direct them, walk them to aisle 25. Help them to get where they need to be, and we would really appreciate that. So my last question for you is, do you have your greatest concern that we could help you?
So let me speak to the first piece first.
All
So I know that it's about a 3x5 card, and I don't know, I know we've talked before, there's a lot of, and I don't know that I'm the right person to develop it, but what I have done to members of this committee and to other people is to give my phone number out. And I know that earlier this week I was talking with another one of your colleagues. And so if you call my phone, I'll answer. If I don't answer, leave a message and I'll call you back. And so I can't solve the world's problems either, but I have a pretty good insight into where we could potentially go, where we could go together. And so if you're having concerns, if members of this committee are having concerns, feel free to call me. And my goal is to make sure that you get your needs met for your constituents. So it's not about trying to push the blame somewhere else. And a lot of these things are complex and complicated. And so I do understand that families and people might feel like I just got shipped from one person to another person, and nobody can help me. And that's not necessarily by design. Oftentimes the people that you're talking to, if it's a frontline worker, they might not know the intricacies of the work and they might not know where to send you. I've been in the work long enough, I either know how to get it done or I know who can help us get it done. So I want for people to feel free to call my cell phone. I know that there's people on here that have called it. I appreciate that. And I generally answer and try to help people to the best of my ability. My greatest concern ultimately is the number of kids in care in Kansas. I think that as a state, we continue to decrease that number of kids in care. But if you look at us proportionately compared to other states our size, we're still significantly higher than we should be. If we were an average state, meaning we had the average number of kids per capita, we'd have about 3,500 kids in care. And so the question always comes back to me, if it should be that low, if other states can keep it that low, why can't we? Because we don't have worse parents in Kansas. So what is it about our system that's failing to meet the needs of such a significantly high number of kids?
I think that's a very good question. I was reading through this book this past week, the 2022 data, And I see that we're just right in the middle, 20 out of 50 states, 23, 24, not in the number of foster children, but in the health of our community and families in our community and education, et cetera. And so if we know what's not the problem, let's find out what the problem is.
Right.
Thank you so much, and we do have other people that we will be talking to, Matt, and you'll get out of the catbird seat here. And now, committee, another question, and then we'll see if anybody, another question for another conferee. All right, I will begin. And I'd like to start with Justin. Could you come forward, please? There was a statement that you made right at the beginning. You said, we ask what happened. Could you restate that? I really like that, and I didn't get it written down.
So our sanctuary trauma-informed model, we could spend a week just on that, but at its core, it is looking at our coworkers, our community partners, and the families and the children we work with through a lens of they're not bad. It's not what's wrong with them, it's what happened to them, or sometimes what didn't happen. Oftentimes, our families, again, we don't have bad families. We have families maybe who haven't been taught. Maybe the lifestyle's been generational, and there's different interventions we can have and different ways to talk about safety that can make that home meet what we would all define as minimally safe so that kids don't have to be removed. But much of the history of this work has been in blame and what is wrong with you, and we're going to take kids out and we're going to fix you. Well, we just sort of flip that on its head.
So am I safe to say it's not what's wrong with you, it's what happened to you?
Yep.
Thank you, I like that. So then my question is about, you had a certain number of families in active family preservation. Could you explain how that program works? What do you do?
Yeah, generally a family has come to the attention of DCF through some mechanism, most likely a hotline, and safety is not such imminent that the kids need to be removed, so we can work with them on risk factors that exist in the home. So referral is made to our geographic offices in the East, and we slot them as a Tier 1 case, which would be a master's level person, and then a Tier 2 case, which might be a bachelor's level person, and those have different maybe lengths of service, 6 weeks, 6 months, depending on the circumstances that present themselves. So you've had a few people over the last few months come and testify, but that's really, the kids are still in the home, they're not in foster care, there could be some sort of local court involvement, but not enough to where the kids are removed. And we are working an evidence-based intervention model with them, and we are tapping into community resources to help make them self-sufficient or interdependent, as I like to say. None of us are independent, so maybe they didn't know who to reach out to in their community, so we help make those connections. And then we can't be the provider that does everything for them, because once we leave, then we're not setting them up for success. So how do we hand them off to community providers that can help address some of the safety issues?
Thank you for that. And I want to see oh yes, so number of foster children in your care?
Yeah, I'll rattle through the list here that you've set up so far. So for Area 5, we have 575 foster youth. 130 family preservation cases in the East. For Cornerstones of Care as a whole, we have 734 employees. 245 of those are in Kansas. 175 of those are in our foster care team. Yes, we have a social media policy. I would say ours weaves in other policies around privacy and professionalism, so you can't have one without the other, so to speak. So none of our social media accounts are posted to by anybody other than our marketing department. Something we have done is set up geographic social media accounts, so for our Pittsburgh office, for our St. Louis office, different locales where we've empowered some of the staff there to do social media promotions, but otherwise, to represent the agency, it's only allowed to be done by our marketing department or someone who has a formal designation to do so. And then our policy weaves into, if you do something on social media, you are representing the agency, and it must be done professionally, or there can be consequences and repercussions. Now, we actually look at social media as a positive thing in that it makes you accessible. So oftentimes we have families, our CEO is very present on social media. We will have grandparents on a Sunday Facebook message her and say, hey, I have this concern. She immediately gets in contact with me. I reach out to my Kansas foster care team, and we work through that. So we see it as a positive because it does make us more accessible, and we don't air any of that publicly, but that's the nice part of the messaging feature of those apps is that you can have discussions with people in a nondescript way, and we reply because you never know exactly who everybody is, so you have to be careful, but we'll listen and we'll follow up on that.
So I put down, I didn't write as fast as you were reading your numbers. 575, you said in area something.
Area 5.
Area 5. And then what was the other number?
130 family preservation cases in the East region.
130 preservation.
Yep, as of today.
And then you mentioned like 734 employees, but then you said 245 of those are in Kansas. So could you explain that?
Yes, Cornerstones of Care does all of its client-based work in Kansas and Missouri. So 245 in Kansas, and then
the rest are in Missouri.
Yep.
Okay, that helps me.
Yeah.
Okay, committee, other questions for Justin? And I believe you answered Representative Concannon's
Yeah, there's two more that I can address, though. Manager training. So,
yes.
I talked about it a little bit, but we train them on the HR side, we train them on the program side, and then we also have a professional development program that we call Ignite. So we try and have it be multifaceted, and those are all separate trainings. And then 3 times a year, we bring all of our managers together in person for all leadership team meetings. So we go as far west as Topeka and as far east as St. Louis, and we bring them all to the Kansas City metropolitan area for a day of fellowship and development and training and such and so forth. So, and the last
I believe
thing,
that addressed Senator O'Shea's question, correct?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Biggest concern?
Yes.
So safety, meaning I think DCF and the leadership they have over the last 4 or 5 years since FFPSA was a thing, I think they've been very innovative in trying to address the problem of kids entering in care. So if you're shrinking the system from the front safely, and you're shrinking the system from the back safely through adoption, guardianship, then what we should get to is a system of those who truly have to be in foster care. I won't say need, but have to be in foster care. And that means you're going to distill that population down to those who probably challenge safety, who might have aggressive behaviors, who might have criminal behaviors, who might have IDD, intellectual diagnoses, to where that doesn't necessarily fit into the nice, tidy timeline of permanency. So when I say safety, I mean safety of those youth to themselves, safety of those around them, safety of their families, safety of my staff, just making sure we have those supports that we can keep having the number come down, but there's always going to be kids in foster care, a small amount, hopefully, that if we can shrink but still maintain a high level of resource devotion, then maybe we can come up with solutions to address that population and their safety.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And next we will have Jeanette Owens. Oh, Justin, could you come back up? I was just handed that we have a question from Senator Baumgardner for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Justin. You talked about being a sanctuary trauma-informed care organization and that you address what happened to you. And one of the things that we do know is a little girl that was with Cornerstones of Care, Mina. The trauma that occurred to her was when she was taken from the only family she knew for 3 years. And it was just a year ago that we heard from the DeHavens about what wasn't happening on Mina's behalf. So could you update us, with regard to social media, what are you doing to make sure that what's posted by Foster Adopt Connect is accurate as opposed to what was inaccurately posted about Mina and her 3 other half-siblings? And has Mina had the opportunity to spend time with the only brother that she knew for 3 years? So update us on that situation.
Yes, thank you for the question. Without getting deep into names and case specifics, your question is accurate. So part of sanctuary trauma-informed care, it embraces being uncomfortable. It's okay to have uncomfortable conversations. It's okay to make uncomfortable decisions. What we don't want is anyone to be unsafe. And again, not preaching that we're perfect, but the goal is to not have anyone be unsafe. So it's not about being right. It's about trying to make the best decision with the best outcome. And another tenet of sanctuary is trying to do no harm. So just the families we're working with have already had harm done to them. And sometimes that isn't always congruent. Sometimes an uncomfortable decision might do short-term harm. So when I say best, I mean we're trying to think of the best long-term outcome that does the least amount of harm in a situation that probably has harm around it. So part of sanctuary would be treating each family on its own merits. So I've testified here before that this one case, you could have another case that comes down a year later that may look similar, but we're going to treat it on its own merit, and we could make a decision that is different than we made in the last case, which could include a sibling split because the dynamics of that family and those children. So, because that's happening. We have that happen. We don't just do a cookie-cutter approach to each one. So I don't know the reference to social media for Foster Adopt Connect. I can tell you we still have an aftercare case or a case open on that family. Generically, that case is being heard for appeal in August in Johnson County, and then we will see what the appellate court does with that decision. But it's difficult to use one case as a bellwether because something will come along the pike and a decision for that family will look different and still might have some harm, but we think is in the best long interest term for the kids.
Well, Justin, I wasn't trying to, and I don't think anyone in the committee has tried to make that a cookie cutter.
Sure.
But what we did know is up until the time when Cornerstones ignored the recommendation of the gal who was very actively involved with that particular foster child, that was ignored. And with regard to social media, what was published by Foster Adopt Connect with the approval of Cornerstones were absolute lies about those 4 children, about the half-siblings, that they were very close, they wanted to be adopted together. That was patently untruthful. And so that's why I asked about what was being done to make sure that what is posted on behalf of Cornerstones, because for some period of time, Cornerstones was referred to as Cornerstones Doesn't Care. So just wanted to make sure that that was being addressed moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we will have, thank you. Next, we'll have Jeanette Owens. And Jeanette, I would just like for you to address the questions that I had and a couple of other committee members had for you.
Thanks, Chair Gossage. So we have 58 employees in our child placement agency, 63 in our family pres program, and then for 121 child welfare staff. We have 9 new staff starting July 1 for our FFPSA, the Families First Prevention Service Act services. And then we have about 250-ish, I'm waiting to hear back from HR, it's probably 251 total staff. That includes like our behavioral health, prevention, and other services. In family preservation, in our 203 active families of today, we have 493 children in those families. In our child placement agency, 392 foster homes, we have 471 children in foster care in those homes. They do have bio, adopted, and other kids in those homes, but 471 foster kids. For what we do for our managers and supervisors, a lot of the things are similar to things you've heard. We started working with Kansas Leadership Center probably a decade ago on infusing everybody can lead anywhere, anytime, any place. And we strongly believe that in our culture. And so when we bring people in, we have cohorts of leadership where it's not a top-heavy, administrative-heavy process. It is our entire agency is involved in that, and that has shown some really great results. We do Gallup, we do a employee engagement survey every single year, and then we meet with the supervisors on those results. We meet with each individual program on those results. And then our supervisors meet on those results with their staff. And then we meet with our staff in general to get feedback of changes. And then we talk about the changes we've made each year because of those results. So it is almost a year as we go through that of what we're doing with that information and how we're correcting things or enhancing things. And then we do the survey again. So it's a pretty constant. And we've been doing that also for probably about 8 to 10 years. We also do compensation studies, and we think that helps our managers not have to have that as one more barrier for retaining staff. We allow staff at all levels to go to conferences, including we encourage national conferences because we know that there's areas of growth there, but definitely our supervisors are encouraged to do that. And then they're invited, or they're encouraged and in some cases required to come back and share what they've learned, because we know obviously that sometimes enhances that learning process. Our culture revolves around growth within. Our desire and that leadership piece is growing within. And so we work with our soups on monthly meetings. Across the agency, we bring soups together quarterly. And then with child welfare, we bring those soups together at least once a month and often twice a month. And so not every soup has to learn individually or have the positive things individually. It's a group effort. And then we also have a nonlinear perspective on how to solve problems. And so our CEO is available to all staff, and she makes that very clear. Each month she meets with an all-staff meeting, so our entire agency can be a part of that. And we work really hard to let staff know when they come in, you don't have to only get your answers met by your supervisor, because our line of work is very busy and you need an answer now, almost always. And so we think that helps our supervisors feel supported and that they're not alone in that. So social media, I'll switch there. We do also have a policy. It actually just got updated in April because social media changes all the time and it's hard to keep up to date. We have guidelines for off work hours, which include the potential discipline measures if you were inappropriate on social media and indicated which your agency that you're working for. We also have on hours and who's allowed to represent DECA, which is typically our communications department. We do have individual social media programs that we use to do interaction, like we have a foster family page. When we do special events for our foster families, we have conference pages, so they have one place to find all the information. And there's policy around that of what can be said, encourage the respectfulness, things like that are included in that.
Greatest concern?
Greatest concern would probably be that access to timely mental health and community resources.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we have a question from Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you mentioned Kansas leadership. As a matter of fact, I was just with Ed O'Malley and Kay Monk Morgan yesterday, and the mayor talking about the contaminated water in Wichita and Kansas Health Foundation or Leadership Kansas. They are assisting us on that as well. So are your partnership with them, is it just for your caseworkers or for the youth in your facilities as well?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. So we contracted with Kansas Leadership Center for quite a few years as they were teaching us how to do it internally. And so now we do that work internally and then connect with them as needed. One of the programs we worked on is how to involve youth in that leadership piece. And so that is not my area of expertise. I would have to lean on somebody else in our program that could do that. But certainly for our full staff from all lines of staff are encouraged to be engaged in that.
Thank you, committee. And now we're ready for Angela. Thank you very much, Jeanette.
Thank you.
Angela, if you could begin with the questions that we're asking all the groups.
Sure. KVC has approximately 1,508 youth in out-of-home care. 431 staff. We sponsor 577 foster homes, and there's approximately 800 youth placed in our foster homes. We also have a social media policy, and without it being in front of me, it is focused on when a staff member is representing themselves on social media, if they are to share that they are associated with the agency, that the information that they are sharing is to be aligned with our mission and values. If we learn of something that is shared or posted that does not align, then we meet with that staff member and talk about what was shared and determine if there needs to be some sort of disciplinary action taken, and then make sure that they're aware of the policy and why that's in place. And then should also be, confidentiality should also be followed and respected in all forms of communication, not be communicating with clients or anyone that would interfere with confidentiality. Our supervisors and leadership there's a leadership training curriculum available through our training team. Our supervisors are also able to go through the CAN Coach program through the Kansas Strong KU social welfare program that helps them support staff in making decisions and using critical thinking to process through situations, so that it builds capacity within our staff members, and it increases everyone's ability to think through the complex situations and problem solve. And then we also do regular boss to coach sessions through our Gallup engagement champions that facilitate those. And we can bring leaders from all of our subsidiaries together each month to go through that content and share ideas and support one another. I would say our greatest concern is the number of youth in out-of-home care and how many of those youth could potentially be served at home with a safe caregiver, if the right community-based supports and prevention services were in place, and then what sort of impact would that have in reducing things like placement instability and just capacity for us to serve situations that are true abuse and neglect situations.
Angela, did you give me the number then that you have for the family preservation?
We do not have any family preservation.
You do not, okay. And why is that?
We are not a family preservation contractor currently for the state.
So you would have to be a contractor
Correct.
to do that. Thank you. And I have two other quick questions, and then committee, if you have any, let me know. You mentioned something in your testimony about not receiving referrals from DCF. Could you address that?
I think that was related to missing youth.
Missing
There
youth.
were typically the youth that are on our list of missing youth are maybe older youth who have left their placement without permission, and we are looking to find them. We happen to have recently some situations where DCF had made a referral to KVC for out-of-home services, but the youth had not been located. Like maybe a parent had absconded with them, or DCF knew that there was a safety situation that required the youth to be removed into out-of-home care, but the youth had not been located. And so those youth who are younger children ended up on our missing youth list, and our missing youth specialists were working to locate those children in cooperation with DCF and law enforcement. But I just wanted to point out that those were some younger youth that showed up on our list, and that's not typical.
Very good. Thank you. Committee, any other questions for Angela? Seeing none, thank you, Angela, very much. And we're going to go on to Rochelle with TFI. Could you please first address the questions that we ask, and then we'll see if there are any questions from committee.
Yes, thank you so much for asking. So we have, in Area 4, we have 747 youth as of today in out-of-home care, and then in Area 8, we have 503, so that's a total of 1,241, if I did my math right. And then we serve almost 300 children in aftercare, That's 299. Our family preservation, we have 19 in Tier 1 and 107 in Tier 2. We have 566 kids placed in our foster homes. 212 of those are not under the TFI. That would be in the count with the case management, if that makes sense. So,
You know, you said something like that earlier and did not make sense. So
okay,
could you please
so
address that?
all of our foster homes have a total of 566 kids. So 354, if I didn't do math on the fly is not my strength, 354 of those are kids that were referred to TFI as a case management provider to provide case management services for. The other 212 were referred to my counterparts out here, but they're placed in our foster homes. So, and everybody does this. We have kids placed in their homes. They have kids placed in our homes. All of us have that mix. So,
thank you. Please continue.
yeah. Okay. We have 515 staff in the state of Kansas. Let's see, our social media policy is very similar to some of the others. If you identify that you work for our agency, your posts need to be in alignment with our values and mission. If it's not acceptable to respond to families, clients through social media, we have provided discipline to folks who have done that. So that's pretty much what that policy looks like. Efforts as far as retention efforts, we are also using, and we have an employee staff satisfaction survey that we send out every on an annual or biannual basis. We also are in the process of implementing a daily staff survey. It's called SIGB, that will be implementing that this next quarter in Kansas, case management. And it's already in place in our foster care programs here. Among the other things that I had in my testimony. So those were some extra things that I thought I should add. As far as our what we do for our supervisors, we do have a Leadership Institute academy. I don't want to call it academy. We call it the Leadership Institute. That is for all staff, supervisors and above, as well as line staff who are interested in leadership development. We encourage our supervisors to participate in Can Coach. We encourage all of our staff to participate in Resilience Alliance. We do provide a supervisor's training as well. And then we have we use the solution-based casework model, and so through that, there is coaching of our supervisors in that as well. Those are some of the things that we do for that. And I think the last question was about the biggest challenge, and I liked everybody's answers. Angela's was excellent, but I would say I'm swinging between two. The number of kids in foster care impacts the capacity of the foster homes that we have in the facilities to take the very children who have extremely complex needs. So the chicken, the one that's coming first is the kids in the number of kids in care. But we also have to be able to have homes and facilities that will take the very difficult kids that we have that are in our night-to-night or overnight placements that are beating up our staff, that are causing chaos in our system.
Rochelle, thank you. One thing I want to note is that, and yes, I see your hand, Senator Falscato. One thing I wanted to note was on one page of your testimony, how much I appreciated the fact that you listed the outcomes that you expect in your guide. You went through each one of them, like we expect that at least 50% of children are to be placed in relative and non-related kinship families. This is how we're meeting that goal. We expect 95% of children in out-of-home care to be seen monthly. We do 96%. That's very helpful. I just want to say thank you for that. I appreciate that. We have a question from Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Rochelle, thank you for being here. I do want to echo the chair's comments. TFI historically has always been very thorough in their reporting, giving us very solid data, and I appreciate that. But my question has to do with Sean Wilson, who we heard from at the very beginning of our meeting today, and that had to do with, her work with TFI, that the Galad Litem had no communication with the child or with their family, and then concerns about retaliation. And could you speak to that, and have you had an opportunity to reach out and speak with Sean?
No, she left before I was able to do that. So we will reach back out to her. We have had lots of communication with her over the years. So her concerns about the guardian ad litem have been expressed repeatedly. And we have experienced with multiple guardian ad litems who, that's what she expressed is not uncommon, unfortunately. And so our staff do feel rather helpless when that situation arises. They don't know how to handle that. And so the recourse that we have is to notify the court, and it really is up to the court to make a determination of how they want to handle that. So we certainly understand her situation. And I did read her written testimony, and in that she expressed in the written testimony that frustration with the court when they didn't listen to our recommendations. And so I will reach back out to her.
Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think you answered a question I've had for many years just now. So did you say that children may come into your services, into your net, but then if you don't have room, they go other places?
So all of the case management providers are also child placing agencies. And so through our child placing agency, and it's a separate department for all of us within our agencies. So we have a case management department, and that's what I'm over at TFI. And then we have a foster care department that I'm not over at this time. Used to be, but not now. And so all of us have both buckets. And our kids that are in our case management provider contract or grant, we may place in our own foster homes, we may place in another agency's home, we may place with a relative, and they do the same with us because it's really about trying to find the best placement for the child regardless of who the provider is.
Madam Chair, so when you say they, so because constituents will call me and they're telling me their story.
Right.
And they'll say they, and I will say to them, who's they?
Right.
And then they'll tell me like St. Francis, but then they'll also tell me DECA. And then they'll tell me, and I'm like, no, I'm arguing with them now. Like, no, it's just got to be one.
No.
Which one are you with? But see, that's my whole point, Madam Chair.
So DECA.
Wait a minute. That's my whole point after all these years. You know, I hear the mission statement, the vision statement, here's our policy and procedure, but it is so I struggle on a daily basis because I get the phone calls from the constituent who has a child in your care, but they don't know. They don't know. I didn't know. I just found out after all these years, Madam Chair, and I'm mad about this. That I'm just finding out that you kind of mix and mingle. And that's why I keep begging for your agencies to have a few phone numbers on a 3x5 card. But I also want the police to give the parents on that first contact, to give them a card to say, call this number in 72 hours. Here's who you call. Here's your steps. Just 3 bullet points, because what they do is they call me and they say they. And then I'm on the phone. Thank you. I do call you a lot and you do take my phone calls. But what happens is you got to call somebody else, and then I'm waiting some hours or a day, and then they call me back, and it's a merry-go-round. And I'm saying it sounds so simple, but it would help everybody if the police officers, and I'm tired of hearing people telling me they emailed it to me, because when I'm in the grocery store and I encounter these people, I don't have my laptop or phone with me. I'm just pushing a basket. But if I had a 3x5 card, just to say, hey, call these people. Maybe it might just be you. Just give me your number.
I will.
On a card, so I can have them in my pocket and say, here. Now you then tell them who to call.
Right.
So I don't have to sit at home all day calling everybody and waiting for a call. But I'm saying that uneducated mother who just got beat up by her boyfriend, the police came.
Right.
They took the children. She calls me. I want the police officers to give them a card, a tangible card. Madam Chair, I'm requesting that this committee make the recommendation to Secretary Howard, to all of the contractors, and simply come up with a business card that the police officer can give. Or if they go to St. Francis, however they're referred there, give them that card when they leave the courtroom. Maybe they're all lying to me, Madam Chair, but every single time the person who goes to court, they tell me that the St. Francis worker is going to call them in a couple of days. I wish there's no carbon copy to say what needs to happen. Then we have all these problems when we could be proactive and give the people the numbers at the beginning. But I never knew that you were sharing, commingling the youth in all these different places. So I got to call all those constituents and tell them I'm sorry, that they were right. It was they.
Well, Senator,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I agree. I just found out something new as well. I did not know that those are the 2 different departments, and that's why I asked that question. I appreciate it. Committee, we are out of time. Conferees, thank you so much for your time today. Committee, please watch your email, because we do have 2 more meetings coming up this year. There will be one in August. There will be one in October. We now will be, you all received an email regarding your minutes. And are there any additions or edits to the minutes, committee? Seeing none, do I hear a motion that we accept the minutes as presented? And seconded. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Committee, we are dismissed. I apologize. I gave our Vice Chair, Representative Concanon, an opportunity to make a quick announcement.
Actually, I have 2 quick announcements. One, this is pretty short notice, and if you're planning to go to CSG, you probably have already made your plans. But I just want to share that the Health and Human Services has a focus on child welfare this year. So if you're going, try to hit the HHS committee. The other is just a follow-up of, so many times we don't hear any follow-through on the bills what happens with the bills that we pass. And I just want to share, I went to the bill signing in Wichita for the Gail Finney Memorial Foster Care Bill of Rights. And I want to commend Representative Carr and Senator Faust-Cadeau for putting on a wonderful ceremony with the governor ceremonially signing the bill. Gail Finney's husband was there, and there were probably 50 people there, and it was a very, very nice event. So thank you.
Tell them about your deal at Wesley Medical Center.
Well, that's not really foster care, but, so that would, was the health worker protection bill, and that was the same day. So, yeah, we had the opportunity to have a ceremonial signing at Wesley, and huge turnout at that event as well. So, thank you.
You all have a wonderful rest of your day.